The final conflict or finale in the story of The Hobbit was the Battle of Five Armies. But what five groups or factions did Tolkien think of when he named this battle? Four are pretty easy to guess. We have the dwarves, men, elves, goblins/orcs, but what was the fifth army? My name is Chris, aka the Philosopher's Games, and today we dive into the question, what was the fifth army in the Battle of Five Armies? As always, I try to pronounce names as Tolkien described it. Shoutouts to the artists who allowed me to use their fantastic artworks in my videos, and of course, spoiler warning. But let us begin. This question I was asked some time ago during a lore Q&A stream on my channel, and there I answered the question wrong. I said the fifth army would be the eagles, but that seems not to be the case. In The Hobbit we find the correct answer. So began a battle that none had expected, and it was called the Battle of Five Armies, and it was very terrible. Upon one side were the goblins and the wild wolves, and upon the other were elves and men and dwarves. Even in the first edition of The Hobbit, so the original release from 1937, we find the exact same sentence, with only one small difference: wild is not yet written with a capital letter. For those who don't know, for the release of The Lord of the Rings, Tolkien changed The Hobbit in some parts a little bit, mainly in the chapter Riddles in the Dark, to make it fit more to the story of The Lord of the Rings. This version is then called the second edition. He later even considered to rewrite all of it, I think it was in the 60s. He even wrote, I think, 3 chapters for this already, published in History of the Hobbit. I think Matt, Nerd of the Rings, made a video about this recently. One could say now, case closed, question answered, thank you for watching, see you next time. But isn't it kind of strange that the wild wolves are the fifth army and not the eagles? And there's actually a bit more to this than you might think, because Tolkien definitely had a lot of different iterations during the time he wrote The Hobbit. And that is something I would like to look into a bit today. First of all, let us look at some arguments why one could even think that the eagles might be considered the fifth faction or fifth army. The battle in the book is quite different from how Peter Jackson depicts it in his film adaptation, which should surprise no one. In the original, the battle reaches a point where it was not going all that well for our heroes, but then Dóin Ironfoot, that is the Old Norse pronunciation, joined the battle and victory seemed at hand. But then a new wave of orcs followed and things started to look grim again, especially with the enemies having the advantage of the higher ground. Thorin then made a powerful rallying cry towards dwarves, elves and men as a last resort, and though this led to winning back some ground, their numbers were ultimately too small to defeat the goblins, and the Free Peoples were slowly pushed back again towards their defeat. But then Bilbo saw something in the air and shouted, "The eagles! The eagles!" This and the arrival of Beorn made at the end the difference in this battle, because the eagles could attack the goblins on the high ground and neutralize their advantage. Further, Beorn was just mowing through their rows and just throwing them left and right like feathers, as Tolkien wrote. So just looking at the text, one can definitely argue that the eagles had a huge impact on this battle and maybe would qualify to be the fifth army in this battle. As a result, if you have forgotten about this particular quote from the beginning of the video, it is not surprising that many people, me included, might consider the eagles the fifth army. Of course, there are also arguments against the eagles. First of all, there were not that many. Do they really count as army then? And also, the statement who were the participants of this battle was made before the eagles arrived. This would have spoiled their coming later in the battle. So if Tolkien wanted to place this statement earlier, prior to the eagles arriving, it made no sense naming them there. Further, you have to also consider that this is Bilbo's perspective and he might be an unreliable narrator here, because he got hit by a stone and became unconscious. And then Gandalf told him what happened after that. Though he saw the eagles in the distance, Bilbo did not see what they actually did in battle. So he only has Gandalf's perspective here. In addition, Tolkien also mentions a host of orcs entering the fight, and they also do some work in battle, so of course they can count as an army by themselves as well and don't need necessarily to be counted towards the goblins. In this context, the host of orcs is also mentioned before Bilbo becomes unconscious. If we now consider all these arguments, we can come to several conclusions. First of all, it seems Tolkien did not want to change the name of the battle to Battle of the Six Armies. Further, it seems Tolkien wanted to drop the name of the battle before the eagles arrive and not spoil their coming. As a result, it makes sense that he puts it there and not list the eagles in this counting there. And that makes a lot of sense in my opinion. The other option would be naming the battle and its participants in some kind of debriefing after the battle, or at least after the eagles arrived. And I think that was something Tolkien did not want to do. And I think it also makes sense because, as said, it kind of makes the surprising appearance of the eagles stronger. Now, if we look into the writing process of Tolkien writing The Hobbit, it also becomes clear that he also asked himself this question. Hello everyone, welcome to the stream, nice to see you here. I hope you had a fantastic day, and yeah, I thought I'd try and say something new. My biggest question is, why do I hear myself twice? That's, I need to stop. Okay, found the source of this issue. Yeah, I hope sound works and you can hear me. I hope you had a fantastic day. And yeah, we are back here for some lore discussion, I would say, as always. And yes, I thought just for the starting screen, I just put in the last video I made. So I'm not sure if that's annoying for people or not. Let me know in chat or in the comments or so if that's an addition I should keep or not. Because the screen is designed that the video can play below the stream begins soon TM writing there. Hello, Thomas. Nice to see you. I hope sound works. It was good. Awesome. Well, I mean, you can also watch the thing here on the channel. Hi there. I've been the third one to push the thumbs up. Awesome. Yeah. Never forget to push the thumbs up button. That's always much appreciated. So Anthony likes it. That's a good thing. I appreciate that greatly. And yeah, I will also maybe try it next time again when we have a stream here. That maybe I put an old video in. Of course, if it's just 5 minutes or so, you won't be able to see it completely if you want to see it completely. It's on this channel. It's the last video here I uploaded from the beginning of April it is. So there's something. I can maybe link it in chat in case people haven't seen it yet. Just so people know where to find it. Yeah, today I thought, well, I thought I made a stream this month already, and I looked and I did not. And I'm kind of always surprised how time passes by so fast. And now it's, yeah, almost the end of April already. And I still haven't streamed yet, so it's unfortunate, but here I am back. And we can definitely talk about some lore. You can, like as always, like this Q&A format I think works quite well. Feel free to post a question or something you want to discuss in chat, and we'll talk a little bit about it, maybe a little bit longer, depends on the question, but yeah. Just wanted to, Marley, nice to see you, just want to drop in and say hi. Awesome that you are here. Yeah, recently this video here I showed you, of course, was about a question. Sometimes I get good ideas. Also, welcome, Mark. Sometimes I get ideas for like a small video or so here from the live streams. Like in this case, who were the 5 armies? And yeah, answering sometimes question sometimes answering questions is kind of difficult, you know. Sometimes you forgot a quote. In my case, I forgot that Tolkien actually wrote it in The Hobbit, who is considered part of the five armies and who not. And then I looked deeper into it because somebody noted at this in the comments, rightfully so. I forgot who it was though. Shoutouts to him or her. And as a result, I looked deeper into the issue and just noticed from looking further down the road of the history of The Hobbit that Killswitch, nice to see you, that it was also something that Tolkien also put some thought in and had kind of was not sure what factions should there be as part of these five armies, and that the five armies also were just a later idea and contradicted his original idea for this battle and so on. It was a very interesting deep dive into this very easy to answer question, to be honest, but I always think these looking at it deep, like a very focused question, with a very specific answer, and look deeper into it and learn something of the writing process of The Hobbit and what Tolkien wrote and his early versions of the text and so on, and his notes that you can find in History of The Hobbit by John D. Radcliffe and so on. It was a very interesting experience looking into this little question a bit deeper. And yeah, it's just also always a problem that there's just so much Tolkien notes and versions and text that it at some point gets very difficult to keep everything in your mind. Oh, Aris Aurelian is also here. Nice. Welcome. Nice to see you here. So I thought this is an interesting thing, and I also had to look into the Hobbit films again to make some screenshots for this video, which I have not done yet. And one of the screenshots you see here was Dain or Doin Ironfoot, and talking to his maybe two dwarven commanders or whatever, preparing for the attack. Though, of course, what the movie depicts when it comes to the battle is very different from how it's written in the book. Still, I really like some of the images from the third Hobbit film, though. Even though I know the Hobbit films have their problems. Okay, it also seems we slowly come to questions here. That's an interesting question by Malia Tinuvia. Mark Schieser also has an interesting question, which I think is a bit more difficult to answer, I think. So that's a tough one. But a simple question. Okay, it's also a good question by Fire Night RPG. Just had to look if I read it right. I would start with Mali's question because that's a tough to answer question. So let's start maybe there. Let me see. I also had something prepared here to show you the question. Well, I have to copy it as always. Production is always a bit difficult here. Maybe put chat here on the main screen so I can see it a bit better. And then I don't know. I try to do here my best to get the question go. Where's it? Okay. That looked different at some point. Whatever. Doesn't matter. Yeah, that works. Should do the trick. Okay. So first question. Sorry for skipping you, Mark. We come to your question as well in a moment, I think. And Open Chat has already some good ideas for it. So what's up with the dwarves, or with the dwarven armor? In First Age it was fireproof when they fought Glaurung, so did they forget how to make these armors? It would have come in handy against Smaug. So that's a very good question in my opinion, but I could imagine one reason for it is definitely, as somebody already, as Mark already pointed out, I guess one point would be general diminishing of everything. So I would agree with Mark here that this might be the reason. the first age there were these legendary powerful dragons, and then the dragons vanished, kind of diminished. There were still, of course, some dragons active at the time. Smaug is, I guess, the most prominent, and Chartha is the most prominent example for that. But it was not like the dragons were at the same scale of problem that they were at the time of the battles in Beleriand of the First Age. Let me just see if I have a quote for this, because, for example, the fireproof point, we can find this in the Silmarillion text. Let's see which chapter it is, chat. One moment. Chapter 20 of the 5th battle, Nirnais Arnödiad. Always tough to say how the OE in Arnödiad is pronounced. It must be a diphthong. But Tolkien never really fully described how it's pronounced. Usually, from my personal feeling here, the OE is like the German Ö, which you can also spell the O with the umlaut O, the O with the 2 dots above it, though you can also spell it with O and E. So my closest intention is an O becomes OE becomes Ö, or something like this. But I could be wrong. However, it's important that it's one syllable, the O and the E. It's not Arnödiad. It's something Arnödiad, something like this. I would assume it goes into this direction. Maybe I the OE a bit strong here. I'm not sure. However, in this chapter, we find the following sentence. Last of all, the eastern force to stand firm were the dwarfs of Belegost, and thus they won renown. For the Naugrim, that's the elvish name for the dwarfs, withstood fire more hardily than either elves or men, and it was their custom, moreover, to wear great masks in battle, hideous to look upon, and those stood them in good stead against the dragons. But for them Glaurung and his brood would have withered all that was left of the Noldor, but the Naugrim made a circle round him when he assailed them, and even his mighty armor was not full-proof against the blows of their great axes, and in his rage Glaurung turned and struck down, difficult to say name, Azakal or Azachal. I'm not sure how the GH is pronounced here. Tolkien never gives us an indicator, but it's an indicator that the GH is its own sound in the Dwarven alphabet. As a result, there is the assumption that it might be also a fricative sound. Who knows? Lord of Belegost, and crawled over him with his last stroke. Azachal drove his knife into his belly, and so wounded him that he fled the field, and the beasts of Angband in dismay followed after him. So, in this sentence, or in this little passage, it goes a bit further. Then the dwarf raises the body of Azachal and bore it away, and so on. But interestingly, they also sing in deep voices when they bring their lord, their king, potentially out of battle, or the corpse of him. But it's interesting that first of all we learn that they have hideous masks they wear. We see them, interestingly, and that's a thing a detail I always liked. You can criticize the Amazon show Rings of Power a lot, but at least the dwarves have hideous masks. At least the guards have those, which I think is a cool reference to this particular line here. And some interpret, maybe there's a text that also hints at this, that the masks potentially as a gear of protection against the fire helps them in battle. That's definitely something. Because it says the Naugrim withstood fire more hardily than either elves or men. So first of all, that's, I would assume, part of their nature, that they are more hardily, what do you say, hardy? I'm not sure what the English word is, but they are more resistant to like physical damage, but potentially also fire, just because they are dwarves. And further, in this context, it says, and it was their custom moreover to wear great masks. This I kind of read like they also had maybe a point in why they withstood fire or were more resistant to the fire of the dragons and could fight them as a result better compared to dwarves, to elves and men. And this might be a thing. So the dwarves of Belegos, I could not watch the TV show 3 episodes in. Well, I can understand. Let's not talk about the show. I just want to point out that at least you can see the masks there. You have like a visual representation of it. And some interesting other questions I'm just seeing here. Was currently looking at my Silmarillion text here. So there's that. As pointed out by Mark Schieser, to come to more to the foundation of this question, I would say I need to change my production tab here a bit. Wait a moment. Let me see. Do I have an image of Smaug? I can maybe show that. If I can find it fast. Actually, quite a few I have screenshots of from the film. Smaug. So yeah, Smaug. I forgot which book it is. It's either in the Hobbit, but it. There's like a quote, I'm not sure if it was from Lord of the Rings or from the other thing. From the Lord of the Rings. I could be Lord of the Rings. I have an idea how to find it faster. Does somebody know the quote? That Gandalf, I think, says it somewhere, that Smaug is one of the last, not dragons, but of the great dragons in the Third Age. Something like this is the quote. I forgot where I find it, unfortunately. The greatest of the fire-breathing dragons in the First Age. There's no quote for it. Could be greatest. I have to go with this then. It says Fire and Water Lord from the Hobbit. No. Maybe it's in Lord of the Rings, but searching for greatest in Lord of the Rings might not help me find the quote fast. No, I think I found it. So the rumor of the wells of Erebor spread abroad and reached the ears of the dragons, and at last Smaug the Golden, greatest of the dragons of his day. So, greatest of the dragons was not the last of the great dragons, it was something like this, but greatest of the dragons of his day arose without warning, came against King Sauron the Flame, and so on and so forth. So, this is from Durin's Folk, Appendix A, in case people wonder where this you can find in the Lord of the Rings. It was a quote I was looking for. So he was still the greatest of his day, but somebody in chat writes Ancalagon the Black, which was like the greatest of the dragons. He was not as great potentially as an Uncalagon anymore. And this shows, like, if he was the greatest and he wasn't greater than Uncalagon, then it means the dragons must have diminished. It's hard to say by how much, but the dragons became far less dangerous or powerful in comparison to the first age. As a result, you could make the argument that the dwarves might have met dragons here and there, but not as frequent anymore, and not as dangerous especially anymore. As a result, like, they had to fight against Glaurung. Glaurung was not called the greatest of the dragon, but he's the father of dragons, and we have many stories, or several stories in the Silmarillion where he plays a very big part and does things, some legendary battles like the Nirnais Arnödiad and so on. There was also, I think, a brief appearance in the Battle of Sudden Flame. And all these also, welcome Priscilla, nice to see you, and also Marty D, nice to see you as well. And these dragons, like, were a huge part of Morgoth's plan in the battles of the First Age. Now, if we look at the encounters of dwarves and dragons that are recorded in the Third Age, we notice that are not that many encounters. We have actually only Smaug from the Hobbit, and the Hobbit is a special case, which we could also briefly talk about. And we have Shatha, though it seems like the Shatha had no direct conflict, maybe, with the dwarves. A complicated topic. I recommend the video about that time that I made, because Shatha was killed by Fram, I think, a lord of the Eotheod, that were basically the ancestor people of the people of Rohan. And then there's another encounter we also find in the thing here. I have to quote. There it is. At last, Doin the First, that is not Doin Ironfoot, by the way, it's another it's an ancestor of Dane, or Old Norse pronunciation would be Doin, because the A has this diacritic above, which potentially could indicate that it's a long A, and in Old Norse, because it's an Old Norse name, the long A is pronounced O. And A and long A and I is not diphthong, so it's two syllables, so Doin. However, doesn't matter too much, at least you know which dwarf I mean. At last, Doin the First, together with Fror, his second son, was slain at the doors of his halls by a great cold drake. Cold drake, I always thought it was like a drake maybe generating ice or something, but no, what it meant is it's not a fire drake. He had no fire. And this already shows, like, a dragon that can fly fast, is massive, and shoots down fire and burns everybody, is potentially more dangerous than a dragon that maybe can fly, but Dane forever. Dine? I'm not sure how you pronounce it. Like, in German we would say Dine, usually. However, it's more dangerous, I think, than a dragon that can't breath fire. So there already is a diminishment here. And the dragon, even though it was a great cold drake, it has no name. It's just the great cold drake. We know that in some texts we find the area in the north. I have to look at my map. Where is it? Third Age map. Second Age. No, that's the Earth. That's right. So we have the northern waste, the Forodwaith, here in the north. Let me just. Sorry, I have new scene here for this stream, so I'm still need to get used to where everything is. And there's the withered he. I'm not sure if it's Heath. I think it is over here. That's also, I think, mentioned in the Hobbit. And yeah, the story about the Doin is the dwarves lived at this time here in the Grey Mountains in the very east, the Eret Mithrin, and go fishing for dragons, exactly. And yeah, it's kind of interesting that the dragon is not named here. The only named dragon that potentially has to do with the dragon infestation in the Northern Waste and all this here is later Shatha. And here we have Framsburg, Burg, named after the lord of the Eotheod that later became the people of Rohan, which then moved down all the way here. That's yeah, always complicated, but it's Shatha, and somewhere here he died. He had a hoard, and his horn is later potentially also mentioned somewhere else. A complicated story, chat. There be dragons. So yeah, in this context, the dragon diminishment becomes somewhat apparent. Like, I mean, you could argue, of course, Glaurung also got killed by a simple man in the form of Turin, but yeah, here we have Fram killing a dragon, and here the dragon kills the dwarves and so on. But these are the only encounters that we know from the Third Age. As a result, it would be kind of. It seems like dwarves fighting dragons was not simply that common anymore. Further, there's another cultural thing, because most dwarves here, the most powerful dwarf kingdom would be Moria or Khazad-dûm, and this was abandoned. Like the Balrog, at this time when these encounters with the dragons was already happening, the Balrog basically attacked, or the dwarves were too greedy. We come to the other question in a moment because it's kind of tied to it, I think. The dwarves dig too greedily and kind of annoyed the Balrog, and Balrog / Durin Spain attacked Durin VI here at this time, and then the dwarves had to abandon Moria and go elsewhere. And some went to Erebor, and most, though, went to the Grey Mountains here in the north. Interestingly, I think Thorin and Thrain, or Throin, same thing with Dain or Dane or Doin, how Thrain, Throin is pronounced. It's a complicated topic, but I hope you know. It's not the Thrain and so it's not Thorin and the first and Thrain or Throin the first, not to be, and Thorin Oakenshield is also a descendant of these two went here, and they were not, and since the dwarves were not following him here to Erebor, they abandoned Erebor again, went to the Grey Mountains later. Then they got attacked here by dragons and had to leave again. And then Throar, at the time who was the king, went down here to Erebor and established his realm. Even though the dwarves were here before already, it was not the dwarven kingdom of the Longbeards yet. And that is a very important detail to understand. And then Smaug came and abandoned and basically made them go away again. They went here down to Dunland at some point. That's a short story of the dwarf movement. And you see, the dwarves always lost their hordes and always lost their place to be. As a result, also the dwarves potentially diminished because they had to leave their forges and maybe also some knowledge behind in Moria that they once had, their glory. That was the kingdom of the dwarves, at least of the Longbeards, one of the greatest houses, or the house we know the most of, I should say, in the Lord of the Rings. And if we go now a bit to the Blue Mountains, there also dwarves lived. And if we look at the First Age map, then we see these here are the Blue Mountains with Belegost and Norgrod. And also this got destroyed, and they had to leave in parts this place as well, and some dwarves also migrated then to Moria, to Khazad-dûm later, and so on. And it's a complicated story of the dwarf movement, but also the dwarves and their technology and knowledge, in my opinion, got diminished over time, if you think about it. Not only the dragons became weaker, but also the dwarves became weaker. And I think this combination of, okay, we lost our peak our peak knowledge of being dwarves and forging armors and stuff. We had to leave this behind, kind of. We had to move further, then we got kicked out again, had to move even further than this here. So if I move the screen a bit, move here, and then some dwarves moved to Erebor, and then some also moved here to the Iron Hills. It's very complicated very difficult for the dwarves to keep intact. So you could definitely argue, and at least I would argue in this direction, that the dwarves from the First Age potentially had an edge over the dwarves of the Third Age because of all the trouble they had to deal with. This was still maybe different for the Second Age dwarves when they were still in Khazad-dûm and kind of prospering there, and everything went kind of well for them. But in the Third Age, things looked definitely difficult, and they had to rebuild their kingdom several times. As a result, I think also the dwarves became weaker. And then the frequency of dragon attacks was also diminished. Like, the dwarves were kind of caught by surprise, it feels, when Smaug attacked them here in Erebor and kicked them out again. So they were not prepared for this. As a result, I think the attacks of dragons were so infrequent that they simply would not need this kind of resistance against dragon fire and fire dragons and so on. So in a very long and difficult answered question, it comes down to what Mark said, that is both sides, I think, or everything is just diminished over time in this context. Yeah, I think it's both Spielkalb von Sparta, that it's the dwarven knowledge diminished due to, like I tried to explain, the movement being already abandoned. They had to abandon their kingdoms, establish new ones, and then something simply got lost. I think to prosper and get to your peak, you need to be focused on one location and be there in peace and prosper there. And then you can reach like new heights and peaks. But if you get kicked out of your home every couple of 1,000 or 100 years, then you are kind of screwed to get to this peak, or reach a new peak for your civilization, if that makes sense. I think so. That definitely is a huge factor as well. And I think also it was like my first thought, they simply didn't need these anti-dragon resistances, armors, and so on anymore later on, simply because there weren't that many dragons anymore. The dragons were also weaker and potentially fewer numbers, and not that dangerous anymore, because the dragons also seemed to have gotten weaker in direct comparison. That was a very long answer already, but that's kind of how the format here goes. Simple question, long answer. I hope, I think Marley asked the question, right? Yes. So I hope this question, this kind of answers your question to some degree. Yeah, and then Firelight RPG also posted here a moment ago and asked a question which, because we are currently talking about the dwarves, it would be fitting to continue here, even though I skip over another question here for a moment. Let me see, production, where is it? So next question. That should be this here. So let us see here. How does dwarven greed manifest within Tolkien's lore? As an inherent trait, a consequence of dragon sickness, or a result of the dwarven rings? That's a very good question, I think. But also difficult to answer, I would say. Sometimes the problem is with the Tolkien stuff, or with what Tolkien wrote, is that not every detail, I think, is 100%, especially the dwarves, sometimes feel a bit inconsistent, because they have different versions, different ideas for Tolkien, and then with this in mind, it sometimes becomes very difficult to answer those questions, I think. Let's take here a dwarven army. It's from the third film here. So yeah, the dwarves and their greed. That's it really is an interesting question. So first of all, the question where do we start, chat? I think if we look into the Lord of the Rings, that gives us some answer here to this. So again, we are in Appendix A, and Tolkien writes, nonetheless, it may well be that the dwarfs now believe that Sauron by his arts had discovered who had this ring. That was the ring of Thor. The last to remain free and... Wait, I lost the line. Who had the ring, the last to remain free, and that the singular misfortunes of the heirs of Durin were largely due to his malice, for the dwarfs had proved untamable by this means. The only power over them that the rings wielded was to inflame their hearts with a greed of gold and precious things, so that if they lacked them, all other good things seemed profitless, and they were filled with wrath and desire for vengeance on all who deprived them. But they were made from their beginning of a kind to resist more steadfastly any domination. Though they could be slain or broken, they could not be reduced to shadows, enslaved to another will, and for the same reason their lives were not affected by any ring, to live either longer or shorter because of it. All the more did Sauron hate the possessors and desire to dispossess them. How to say words here. So it's this quote already gives us some interesting hints, in my opinion. The first line here, the only power over them that the rings wielded was to inflame their hearts with the greed of gold and precious things. So the question is, what does inflame exactly mean, or how do you understand the word inflame? I would read it like that: a potential, like a spark of greed might already be in the hearts of the dwarves already, so that it's not like it creates, you know what I mean, a greed in their heart that was not there before. It's like there is already a spark, and the rings just amplify it. So I would say the ultimate answer for this particular question is definitely that it's a mixture of multiple things. It might be a trait of the dwarves in of themselves, because dwarves, of course, was heavily inspired by mythology, and details like this, and stories and so on. So the dwarves of Tolkien always had the desire to at least get wealth. That doesn't mean that they are by their nature greedy, but I mean, even if you look at us humans here, we also have like a spark of greed in us all the time. Like we also often want to possess something. It's potentially not as strong that we, I don't know, do everything for it. There might be exceptions for that, but not usually. I would say that the human existence also has a spark of greed in of itself. So it's not something that is too unusual in this regard. However, Tolkien makes a difference, though, in this context to what happens to men when they have a ring. Like then Sauron can control them, and this is different for the dwarves. Sauron can't control them. All the rings do is seem to make them more greedy or inflame the greed in their hearts. So that is definitely an interesting detail. Especially Tolkien mentions here the greed of gold and precious things. I mean, maybe you could also add Mithril to the list or something, but which was more valuable than gold. So I would count this towards precious things. But the idea of the dwarves in their mind, like they live below the earth, and I think that's kind of also a nature part for them if you think about it. Like the dwarves is a civilization or a culture that lives under the mountain and has a connection to Aule. Let me see if I have a good artwork of him. I have one for sure. By Kimberly 80. There's also his wife Yavanna. There. It's very stylized, but I kind of like it. Shout out to Kimberly. And there's Yavanna and Aule. And Aule, Yavanna has her trees in the forest, for example, that the elves really like and appreciate. Yeah, inflame as in intensify or exacerbate. Exactly. And where was I? Yeah. So the elves like the trees, and these are creations of Yavanna, and she also asked that there should be ends that protect the forest and so on from, for example, the access of the dwarves. However, on the other side you have Aule, and the trees of Aule are the mountains, and they are also sometimes called trees of Aule in some versions. Looks like a handsome devil, for sure. Where was I? Yeah, the mountains are also called trees of Aule, and the dwarves use these trees to live, and they extract their fruit. So I don't know, minerals, gold, and details like this. Same as I would assume the elves would also do in the forest, like with fruits, berries, and whatnot. If you look at the meeting of Bilbo meeting the Noldor elves and so on, it's an interesting. You see how the Bionicle fan, welcome. You see how the let's say the diet of the elves is very focused, or more is definitely focused on what Yavanna gifts them, so to say, if that makes sense. So more plants and fruits and stuff like that. And this is, though the dwarves definitely don't eat stone, if that makes sense. Still, it is a very big part of dwarven culture to use these fruits of the mountains, like the metals, and make precious things out of them. The dwarves were always introduced as crafters, as craftsmen that use these ores and minerals and whatnot you find under the mountains to create things, and they also want to carve things out of stone. Like there's a story how the dwarves adapt the writing system from the elves which then became Kirth, it's called by the elves, which is by its forms very easy to carve into metal and stone, and it much easier to carve into metal and to stone compared to Tengwar with its fine round lines and so on. So the dwarves liked this and found it very practical. It kind of shows even in the very early beginning of the dwarves that they were huge fans of craftsmanship, and they were also introduced in the early stories of the First Age as those who made, for example, the Nauglamir, where the Silmarillion was of Thingol was put in, and so on. So in this context, it's a big part of dwarven culture to use this, which is different from this. So it makes kind of sense that the dwarves have a desire. I think greed sounds so negative, but they have a cultural desire to find these ores, which we consider as riches and precious and valuable things, and make something out of it, and so on. So I think this is there. And then you have the consequence of the rings that they later got. It was in the Second Age, after the fall of Eregion. It's not clear exactly when the dwarves got those rings. There is one dwarf story that Durin the Third, I think, Durin the Third got the ring of power, his ring of power, that later also Thror has. He got it from Celebrimbor himself as a gift because of their good relationship between the dwarves of Khazad-dûm / Moria and Eregion. If we look into our Second Age map here, we can see here is Khazad-dûm and Eregion's capital Ost-Inedil. It's not 100% clear where it's exactly, but on some maps you find it. It has to be close to the river though, and in close range. Here on the map, Ost-Inedil, that's the capital of Eregion, is here. That's where potentially Celebrimbor and his Gwais Imerdain, his jewel smith guild, was living. So if we now go further to the story, Sauron attacks it, Eregion is destroyed, it's not rebuilt later, and then Sauron basically had to keep a low profile for some time, I would assume. And then at some point, somewhere, Sauron must have gifted the either 7 or remaining 6 rings to the dwarves at some point. I think I like the idea, to be honest. Like, I always wondered about this. If you think about it, the Khazad, like this whole invasion of Eriador here, this very huge area west of the Misty Mountains, happened, and a lot of people died, and the elven cities were wiped. Even the dwarves were involved in the battles here, but then they shut down their door and kind of hid from Sauron's forces. There's even some details where some of the elves here from the other side were going through Moria to help their people and so on, and work together with the dwarves. I think there's a text version in Unfinished Tales or something where this is mentioned. It could also be Peoples of Middle-earth, I'm not 100% sure now. But these details kind of exist. So it seems very strange that such a devastating battle happens, and Sauron declared himself to 100% as the enemy. That dwarves would just accept some rings from the enemy. That makes very little sense to do this. So this only would work if Sauron would have been able to give those rings out without the dwarves kind of noticing that it is Sauron, so he had to deceive them. And this is never explained. How did this work? When did Narvi live? Narvi lived at the time of Durin the Third. It seems very unlikely. So let me just see. Is there? I'm not pretty sure there's no birth date for him. let's see, Durin III lived. It's not clear when he was born exactly. But yeah, he was born before Second Age 1500. And yeah, he must have died after Second Age 1697, according to this. It's a bit difficult to really tell his exact age, how long he lived, and so on. Very, very difficult. I guess no birth date and for him, to my knowledge. I would have to look in. There is the appendix. There is like a dwarven thing available. Chat. Let's see where it is. Here it is. Durin the Second is not on the list. No, he's not on the list here. Okay, forget what I said. So we can only estimate his life. Was it before the Rings of Power were made? Otherwise, I wonder, did Durin get a ring because he was king, while technically Nari was Celebrimbor's best dwarven friend? Yeah, I think definitely because he was a king, for sure. And yeah, the involvement of Durin III, Navi, and Celebrimbor is not too well documented, so we don't know what influence Durin III might have gotten here. But let us return to the initial question. So yeah, this happened in the Second Age, and I was about to say it makes sense that Gimli is, I think, the source for some of the information in Appendix A we find in this section called Durin's Folk. And he says that that the dwarves believe that Celebrimbor gifted the ring to him. And I think that's an interesting idea of Tolkien, because then when Sauron might have approached the other dwarf kings/lords to give them these rings, he could have said, yeah, well, don't you know that Durin also has a ring of those? So, like, he could make the same argument that he tried to make towards Celebrimbor in the Silmarillion. Let me just try if I find it. Of course, I missed the wrong button. So when, for example, Sauron disguised himself as a Lord of Gifts in the Second Age to deceive the elves, he Gil-galad and Elrond seemed to thought, okay, something's fishy about this guy, and only in Eregion he basically found open ears, and Celebrimbor and his ringsmith guild trusted him, but the other dwarfs did not. Galadriel, even though she was in Eregion at this time, most likely, according to one version of this story, she also did not trust Sauron. All of them did not know that Anatar was Sauron. It seems like they just didn't trust him. He thought something was fishy about this guy. And he made an interesting argument towards the elves of Eregion. Let me just see if I find it here. Only to Lindon he did not come, for Gil-galad and Elrond doubted him and his fair seeming, and though they knew not who in truth he was, they would not admit him to that land. But elsewhere the elves received him gladly, and few among them hearkened to the messengers from Lindon, bidding them beware. For Sauron took himself the name of Anatar, the Lord of Gifts, and they had at first much profit from his friendship. And he said to them, and this is basically what Sauron later might say to the dwarves as well in context, that Durin, or the kings of Moria/Khazad-dûm, already have one of these rings of power, just from potentially then Celebrimbor and not from Sauron. So, and Sauron said to these elves, Alas, for the weakness of the great, for a mighty king is Gil-galad, and wise in all law is Master Elrond, and yet they will not aid me in my labors. Can it be that they do not desire to see other lands become as blissful as their own? That's an interesting argument he makes here, basically. So, yeah, they warn you that you should not trust me, but maybe they don't want that your realms also become as blissful as their realms. And this is maybe something he also said to the other dwarves. I could really imagine that, because I think it kind of works. Like, he uses being maybe other factions being, what you call this, envious in English. In German would say knight. I think envy is the English word for it. And yeah, so he kind of uses this and say, yeah, they don't want you that your realms become as blissful as the realm of here put random realm in. Like in the case of the elves, it was Lindon. In the case, that guy. Thank you, and that guy. Just let me check the pronunciation. Just sometimes helps. Yeah, envy. It seems to be the pronunciation. It seems like a good point for him. Yeah, jealous is also potentially. It would. This approach kind of, I think, works because, yeah, it makes sense. Well, there's this guy and he offers us help and gifts, and he seems to be from the West continent where the gods live. And why should we, why is he allowed to have a ring of power and we not? Like the king of Khazad-dûm. Our realms or our kingdoms could also be as mighty as Khazad-dûm if we also had a ring like this. Something like this he could use to kind of persuade the dwarves that this might work. Of course, I think the dwarves are honest enough to, well, there might be some exceptions here and there. We find the wicked dwarves mentioned in the Hobbit, but the idea still stands, though, that the dwarves, I think, would not, even other lords would not simply aid Sauron. Like, they couldn't just, it would be a basic, what do you call it, like, it would be traitors if they would do this. So I don't think they knew it was potentially a very similar situation again. They didn't know that this was Sauron talking to them. He just said, yeah, I have those rings, and the other dwarves in Moria have also a ring like this. Why don't you have those rings? Maybe I can give you some. And that is potentially how the dwarves got these rings. Because the other explanation would be, no, we did not accept rings from Sauron, even though we knew that there was something with rings and Sauron happening in the past. Because then it would look like, okay, we dwarves were stupid and accepted this gift from Sauron. However, yeah, a complicated topic, how this at the end worked out and how the dwarves got those rings of power. Maybe I could also show you this beautiful artwork. Not artwork, the film screenshot of the 7 rings of power. Here it is. Just found it randomly. There's another one where you also see the dwarves with their rings. Yeah, this one here from the intro section. Yeah, by firing up jealousy on each other. Exactly. That's a good way to phrase it. It also it's also driving a drift between the different factions. Yeah, that's a good way to phrase it. Do we even know that all these 7 lineages are during the Second Age? Or a wedge, yeah, Kyle. That's wedge, I think. Whatever. So would Sauron have used his Anatar identity to the dwarves? It must have it does not necessarily be the Anatar identity in this con. It could be just, the only important thing is that the dwarves don't know who he is, and potentially they don't question where he got the rings from. Yeah, it's kind of interesting. Like, I made a video here on this channel about the misconception or about the 7 rings of the dwarves. And it's a bit inconsistent in my opinion, because the problem with the dwarves is always, or with this dwarf story, is we don't know when and how the dwarves got these rings. So there are several statements in the books that I wouldn't say contradict each other, but let's say they don't help. So we have 7 houses of the... Let me just think how it is. Where do I find my stuff here? Wait a moment. I first of all have to close this text here, because that would cause trouble. I made a video about the on the main channel about the misconceptions of the rings, and also one about the 7 rings of the dwarves, which I currently 7 rings of power. And there I have, if I'm not completely mistaken, all the quotes I need, so we can go through the quotes really quickly. Just maybe for completeness sake, 7 rings. Yeah, I can link you the video. That was a video I once made quite some time ago. So first of all, the quote is from Appendix A there, and we can read, "It was believed by the dwarves of Durin's folk, so only the Longbeards, to be the first of the 7 that was forged, the ring that they got, and they say that it was given to the king of Khazad-dûm, Durin III, by the elven smiths themselves, and not by Sauron." That's what we just discussed. That is in Appendix A, Durin's folk, on the 50th anniversary edition, page 1076. And also the collaboration between Eregion and Khazad-dûm, we can read about that, so that Eregion became far stronger and Khazad-dûm far more beautiful than either would have done alone. Unfinished Tales, the history of Galadriel and Celeborn. Page number is a bit difficult, like I have page 236 and page 304, depending on your version. However, so the cooperation between Khazad-dûm and Eregion led to Eregion becoming stronger and Khazad-dûm more beautiful, due to the elvish touch, you could say. It is said that the foundation of each of the 7 hordes of the dwarf kings of old was a golden ring. That we find in the Silmarillion of the Rings of Power and the Third Age, page 346, also depends on your version, I think. So here we have an interesting statement. We only know that the foundation of the 7 hordes of the dwarf kings of old was a golden ring. So that in conclusion would mean, like, you could conclude out of this is that there were 7 dwarven kings, and each of them had 1 dwarf horde. But that is, you could also interpret it that there were, let's say, 6 dwarven kings, and these 6 kings had 7 dwarf hordes or something like this. Maybe 1 king had 2 hordes, if that makes sense. It's not 100% clear how many dwarven kings got those rings, who exactly got. Further, but the possessors of the dwarven ring of power did not display it or speak of it, and they seldom surrendered it until near death, so that others did not know for certain where it was. This is mainly talking about the ring of Thror, the ring of Durin's house. 7 the dwarf kings possessed, but 3 he has recovered, and the other the dragons have consumed. Lord of the Rings, page 51, Shadow of the Past, in case you're looking for this quote. So what is important here? 7 rings the Dwarf Kings possessed. Here again, it doesn't say that 7 rings, 7 Dwarf Kings possessed. Only that Dwarf Kings possessed 7 rings. Maybe one had 2 rings. Also a possibility. It's not 100% clear. I think if you look at the numbers and how Tolkien phrases it, I think it's very legitimate to assume that 7 persons had 7 rings. But you could also argue into the other direction, in my opinion. Doesn't matter too much, though. Yeah. 2570. About this time, dragons reappear in the far north and begin to afflict the dwarves. That's also Appendix B, Lord of the Rings. That's the third age, to be, just in case people wonder. So yeah, there are a lot of interesting little things or details here. There were and always remained some dwarfs on the eastern side of Ered Lindon, where the very ancient mansions of Norgoth and Belegost had been, not far from Nenuyal, but they had transferred most of their strength to Khazad-dûm. It's an unfinished tales, history of Galadriel and Celeborn. Canon is here always debatable. There are 7 clans, yeah, so that's also important detail. There are 7 clans of the dwarves. I don't have it here, chat. Does somebody know in which book the 7 clans of the dwarves are mentioned? Either it is in Peoples of Middle-earth or it's in War of the Jewels. I think it's War of the Jewels because I think it's in Peoples of Middle-earth, so I'm wrong always with this. Maybe it's in Peoples. I always confuse where it's written. Yeah. So in Peoples of Middle-earth, there is a section related to the Longbeards and Dwarfs of Men. I think it's written and it's in the chapter of Dwarfs and Men. In case people wonder where it is. And there we can read, in the dwarvish tradition of the Third Age, the names of the places where each of the 7 ancestors had awakened. So there were 7 original ancestors. Like Durin the First was one of these 7 ancestors, the 7 fathers of the dwarves. Each of the 7 ancestors had awakened were remembered. But only 2 of them were known to elves and men of the West. The most westerly, the awakening place of the ancestor of the Firebeard and the Broadbeams. So that are 2 of the 7 elven clans, Firebeards, Broadbeams, and that of the ancestor of the Longbeards. And those 2 are the only 2 people remember or know, like in the West, at least when it comes to men and elves. And the ancestor of the Firebeams and Broadbeams are from the Blue Mountains. The Longbeards are from Moria, or originally from Gundabad. So yeah, and that of the ancestor of the Longbeards, the eldest in making and awakening. The first had been in the north of Ered Lindon, the great eastern wall of Beleriand, of which the Blue Mountains of the Second and later ages were remnant. Let me just show you maybe here production-wise the stuff on the map. So in the Second Age, Ered Lindon or Ered Luin, that's this place here. Just in case people wonder, let me just see. Yeah. Where was I? Lindon. Eastern Wall, yeah, of which the Blue Mountains are left, so Ered Luin are the Blue Mountains. And later were remnant. The second had been Mount Gundabad, in origin a Kuzdul name, which was therefore revered by the dwarf, and its occupation in the Third Age by orcs of Sauron was one of the chief reasons for their great hatreds of orcs. The other two places were eastward at distances as great or greater than that between the Blue Mountains and Gundabad, and arising of the Iron Fists and Stiffbeards, and that of the Blacklocks and Stonefoot. So these are the 7 houses: Firebeards, Broadbeams, Longbeards, Blacklocks, Stonefoots, Iron Fists, and Stiffbeards. Hard to memorize all those names sometimes. Though these 4 points were far sundered, the dwarfs of different kindreds were in communication, and in the early ages often held assemblies of delegates at Mount Gundabad. So they had a meeting where they communicated their potential troubles and so on, and they met always in Mount Gundabad as long as it was not occupied. In times of great need, even the most distant would send help to any of their people, as was the case in the Great War against the Orcs, Third Age 2793 to 2799. That was the war. That final battle was the Battle of Azanul-Bizar. Though they were lost to migrate and make permanent dwellings or mansions far from their original homes, except under great pressure from enemies or after some catastrophe such as the ruin of Beleriand, they were great and hardy travelers and skilled road makers. Also, all the kindreds shared a common language. But in the far distant days, the dwarves were secretive and had few dealings with elves and so on. So yeah, here just continues with some other information. But this is the information we have about the other houses. And here it becomes now kind of interesting, because we know that the dwarves from the Blue Mountains, see if I find the quote again. So when it comes to the Blue Mountains, if we go to our First Age map, let me just bring this here back on. Here, like for people who don't know this, beyond, like west of the Blue Mountains was another land called Beleriand. After the First Age, after the War of Wrath, which ended the First Age, this land was sunk into the ocean and destroyed. That is why what you see here, where you see now Lindon. In the First Age, this land looked like this here, and west of Lindon you had a land. It was called Beleriand. And in this First Age land, in these Blue Mountain, these more intact mountain range of that time, we had, that later became the Blue Mountains, we had 2 dwarven realms close to each other, which was Belegost and Norgrod. These 2 here. And when the mountains here got damaged because the land of Beleriand sunk into the ocean, we can, in this context, read in Unfinished Tales, there were and always remain some dwarfs on the eastern side of Ered Lindon, where the very ancient mansions of Norgrod and Belegost had been, not far from Nenuyal. Nenuyal is this lake here, in case people wonder. but they had transferred most of their strength to Khazad-dûm. So what this means basically, and this is basically this passage here, the history of Galadriel and Celeborn is mostly about the Second Age. So after the ancient mansions of the dwarves, Norgoroth and Belegorth, were destroyed, they transferred most of their strength to Khazad-dûm. And this is kind of interesting because we know from the other texts that the fire beams, the firebeards, not beams, where's my text here, and the broad beams were the two lords from the Blue Mountains. So in theory, they should get 2 rings. But from the other quote we learn, they just transferred to Moria. And that I find very interesting, because later in the Third Age, when, for example, the king Arvedui is hiding in the Blue Mountains, for a while Arvedui hid in the tunnels of the old dwarf mines near the far end of the mountains, the Blue Mountains, but he was driven at last by hunger to seek the help of the LotR, the snowmen of Forochel. You have now to switch maps again to the other age. Production gets always complicated here. We are now on the Third Age. Arvedui is I have to move my cursor. Wait a moment, chat. So yeah, the Lossos and the what is it called here in the text? The snowmen of Forochel, like the Bay of Forochel, that's here in the north, and here the Lossos lived, and somewhere here hid Arvedui. And even though maybe some dwarves were still here, it wasn't that many. Even like we know that Thorin Oakenshield and his father Throin II also migrated to the mountains and created new halls. And this sounds like that in the Third Age, especially in the late Third Age, there were no really dwarves left here in this place in Ered Luin. And as a result, it seems a bit strange that Sauron would go there and especially go into the lands of the elves, which live basically right here next to it, and bring rings there. That sounds very unusual, especially with like men here potentially being in between and so on. It seems very unusual from my perspective that this would be the case, and this kind of also limits a bit where the when this was even possible. Because as we just learned from this other quote, the dwarves from here migrated here. So it's very strange in this context to really understand how did these Firebeards and Broadbeams get these 2 rings. And if they had the rings, at some point, these 2 rings should have been transferred here to Khazad-dûm as well, because they at some point lived here. Seven people own 7 rings, adds up to 49. Not bad. Yeah, maybe the kings lived in Khazad-dûm, but then multiple kings. However, yeah, the text, yeah, it's simply a very complicated little story. 7 of the dwarf kings possessed, but 3 he had recovered, and the other the dragons have consumed. So yeah, it's very strange detail. I would assume that here we have the Orokarni, like sorry for skipping so far now to the west. Like this is the Misty Mountains you see here, and if we scroll a bit further, you have the Red Mountains. My suspicion is that because dwarves live in mountains, that I would assume in this mountain range we might have several dwarf kingdoms left. We also have some mountains here. I'm not sure if that's artistic vision, of there's a mention here of these mountain ranges. And we have mountains here close to Rhun. So there would be enough mountains for 4 kingdoms of the dwarves here as well. And here I can definitely see that Sauron gives them a ring and says, yeah, your friends there in Moria also have a ring. Maybe you try it out. So this makes sense. How Sauron got the rings here all the way to the west, though, I have no idea. Like, at some point, they should have gotten those rings. So in this regard, it's very strange how the ring circulation went on going. Let's drink something real quick. And yeah, I kind of discussed this problem in this video I just posted a while ago in chat. If you're very interested into this topic, it's just a very strange detail here, in my opinion. Like, there is a time span potentially where it would be possible. Like, I could imagine that there's simply a time when Sauron gave out these rings that he potentially really rent here and gave these folks 2 rings before they transferred over to this place here. But the rings were forged, let's say, Second Age 1500 to 1600, so somewhere pretty in the middle. That's not easy, not an easy task to get these rings across. But it could have been some time afterwards. Especially you have to consider there must be 2 kings in the Blue Mountains. And then you have Durin and 2 kings from the Blue Mountains in Moria. So it seems very strange how maybe they also did not went to Moria, but went further to their cousins here in the east. And so there are 6 dwarves in the east, and Sauron could give out his 6 rings somewhere here. Not in Dorvinion, but I don't know, here in these mountain ranges of the Far East, if that makes sense. So I always find this a very fascinating detail. I don't have a really good answer for how these dwarves got their rings. It's never explained, it's never portrayed, we just know it happens at some point. And it's not even clear if 7 lords have 7 rings, or maybe just 4 lords have 7 rings or something like that. And then we know that 4 were destroyed, and 3 were recovered by Sauron, and one of the 3 is the ring of Durin's house, and we know how the road of this ring we kind of know. So there must be 2 more rings that he recovered somehow. And it's very tough to tell how this worked. I always assumed originally, because we know that the dwarves here in the Mithrin Luin, in the Grey Mountains, were attacked by dragons, that here the dragons were destroyed the 4 rings, or at least 1 ring. But the ring that was in this place was the ring of Durin, and that definitely survived, so it is not possible. It could be that maybe dragons destroyed here these 2 other rings of the kings of the Blue Mountains, because they also had to go, I guess, somewhere at some point. So that would be a possibility, but we learned that this place was attacked by a cold drake. And we can read that fire consumed these rings. So as a result, it seems unlikely that this dragon incident in the Third Age had to do with the destruction of the rings. K Boogie, thank you. Also welcome. Seven the Dwarf Kings possess, but 3 he has recovered, and the other the dragons have consumed. So it could just be that the cold drakes ate the ring. It's strange. I just hope to find the other consume quote. I'm not sure where it was written. I always think it's in the Silmarillion. Yeah, here it is. In the Silmarillion, we have a better description of the consumption of it. It is said that the foundation of each of the 7 hoards of the dwarf kings of old was a golden ring, but all those hoards long ago were plundered, and the dragons devoured them. And of the 7 rings, some were consumed in fire, and some Sauron recovered. 3 Sauron recovered, 4 maybe were consumed in fire. And cold drakes can't consume rings in fire, I would argue. In The Hobbit 2, what did Thorin say to Thranduil before imprisoned? Unfortunately, I don't know. Common people. My Khuzdul is a language that Tolkien never fully finished, I would say, or not fully finished, but he did not put as much work into the Dwarven language as into, let's say, Sindarin and Quenya, the 2 Elven languages. And so a lot of language stuff for the dwarves when it comes to stuff like this is a lot like potentially with a lot of base what Tolkien wrote, but a lot of stuff is like Fence stuff. Fence expanded the languages and made them kind of usable. Unfortunately, I don't know what exactly Thorin said to him, to Thranduil. Potentially nothing very nice. But I don't know, unfortunately. Maybe somebody in chat knows it. But is it right that the Firebeards had destroyed... What is FT? Our first age? After the first downfall of Doriath. We can assume it was something naughty then, for sure. So yeah, I'm kind of lost track of all the stuff here. But yeah, you see how complicated it is because some certain information contradict each other or don't allow us to really draw a cohesive picture here of how the dwarves got these rings. I find this very fascinating. Oh, that's also a complicated question. So though Tolkien had potentially put in a lot of work into, for example, Sindarin, it like a lot of Sindarin stuff you find in Venyar Tengwa and the so-called Parma Eldalamberon. The Vinyar Tengwa you can actually buy. Like these are issues by linguists that use a lot of text about Tolkien's languages and writing systems and so on. The guy who Karl Hosstetter, who made who composed Nature of Middle-earth, a book recently released, also was involved in these Vinyar Tengwa. He's also like a language expert, and people do research and try to reconstruct what Tolkien thought, how the grammar works, and so on, based on some text Tolkien wrote, and reconstruct, like a very linguistic topic. And there are some people who are very deep into this research field who try to do this, and I think there is some Neo-Sindarin book. Unfortunately, I don't know which it is because I'm not that deep into the language stuff. And with the help of those, you can kind of learn Sindarin, how it works. The problem with Sindarin is it's a very, very complicated language because if you want to combine certain words with each other, you need like a lot of different rules. I think there are like 140 rules you have to learn to combine words correctly. That's kind of the current research. There is also some, like in the 70s, there was a linguist guy that put a lot of research into this. And then I think in the past 15 years, people went back into this, and because also new stuff was published, new Tolkien text material for it, and did some research on it. And now it's kind of at a higher or more developed state, if that makes sense. A lot of, like, sometimes people are just stuck to what was researched in the 70s when it comes to the Tolkien stuff, and but there's new knowledge discovered in the, let's say, post 2000 years that's often a bit overlooked. Like, there are some language experts, but it's really complicated stuff. Quenya is, I think, a bit easier, but Sindarin seems to be a very complicated language for a con language, I think you call those constructed languages. I promise I forgot. Which side it was. Don't want to link the wrong stuff. I think it's the real Elvishnet thing. Con language. Yeah, con for constructed. Constructed languages, short con languages, I think people call it. Sindarin is potentially the most developed, I think, but also Quenya is pretty close. I think both of them are the two most developed languages of it. There's also some Kuzdul stuff and some Black speech stuff, but Black speech is very underdeveloped, and Kuzdul I would argue as well, but probably not as much as Black speech. The Dwarven language, Kuzdul, is just unfortunately a side project, let's call it that way. I have to look at, because I know one of the linguist guys from there distantly. Or let's say we have talked to each other at some point. Maybe he has a link in his thing. Wait a moment, chat. Let me try if I can find it. Just may have to make sure. I would love to link it here in chat, give a shout out, but the problem is always, yeah, it seems that's the right one. here, that stuff. That should be... there you can learn a lot about the 2 elven languages. Especially Sindarin, I think, is... there's a lot of stuff about that in it. Just want to make sure it's the right one, because I think there's also other stuff online, but I don't know too much about that. I just know that some linguists work here on this. However, yeah, I lost track of what I wanted to say, chat. Sorry for that. It sometimes happens because questions stack over. We are still talking about the dwarves. So let us look at the original question and see how much we moved away from it. How does the dwarven greed manifest with Tolkien's lore as an inherent trait, a consequence of dragon, or result of the dwarven rings? The dragon's sickness is the one detail we haven't really discussed, and the reason why is because it, I guess, only really appears in the Hobbit, and is an interesting little plot twist, I would call it. Not sure what other sources we have. There's a track called Dragon Sickness, but it's not what I'm looking for. But it's very vague what you find about it. I just hoped I would find... As the dragons were also greedy, we know that. That's a classic mythological motive, that dragons in of itself have these hordes, and it seems like... And yeah, it seems like it can also affect the others that can get this. In my understanding, the rings are transforming the dwarven inheritant awe of beautiful things into greed from them. Does this make sense? Yeah, kind of. Chapter 4 of Dorias. Okay, we'll look later into this, because let's close this question first. Then maybe make a quick round, answer some other questions really quick, and then see where we go from here. That is not here. Seems like treasure that has been hoarded by dragons has an unhealthy effect. There's a quote here. We look into the Hobbit really quick, chat. Let me just try to find it. But also he did not reckon with the power that gold has upon which a dragon has long brooded, nor with dwarvish hearts. Long hours in the past days Thorin had spent in the treasury, and the lust of it was heavy on him. Though he had hunted chiefly for the Arkenstone, yet he had an eye for many other wonderful thing that was lying there, about which were wound old memories of the labors and sorrows of his race. Then there's like another So it's like a combination of the dragon sickness, and I would assume this is a very specific one where it is about dwarf hordes and dragon hordes that dwarf accompanies. Also, if we look at the master of the master of Lake Town, the old master had come to a bad end. Bard had given him much gold for the help of the lake people, but being of the kind that easily catches such disease, he fell under the dragon sickness and took most of the gold and fled with it, and died of starvation in the waste, deserted by his companions. So that we can also read about the dragon sickness afflicting a man, though not a dwarf. So I would say that this particular dragon sickness element, if we come back here to the question, how does dwarven greed manifest in Tolkien's thing? It is not only dragon sickness, it's also another element. I think that's another quote. I think that are the only two quotes in The Hobbit. Let me just double check. Dragon sickness. Yeah, this quote here with the master from Lake Town is the only quote, by the way, that actually mentions dragon sickness in The Hobbit itself. The other thing is like the other quote I just read about Thorin, that also in kinds like a sickness. With proudly and grimly spoke, and Bilbo saw that Thorin would at once admit the justice, what justice was in them. He did not, of course, except that anyone would remember that it was he who discovered all by himself the dragon's weak spot, and that was just as well, for no one ever did. But also he did not reckon with the power of the gold upon which a dragon has long brooded, nor with dwarvish hearts. Long hours in the past days Thorin spent in the treasury. Yeah, it's the only one. You could argue this is also kind of a dragon sickness that kind of makes you insane. But it's a special case. So I think this answers, hopefully, your question, because I wasn't sure about dragon sickness anymore as well. So I had to read up on this too. But yeah, it's a combination definitely about a spark of desire inside the dwarves, amplified by the rings, that lead to that manifests greed in them. The dragon sickness is like a special case, as said in this context. Can also, of course, be a source of this, but yeah, it also definitely seems that due to their cultural like the cultural part of their society also has simply a desire for, let's say, the fruits of Aule, which are like ores, and that's my term, fruits of Aule, minerals, ores, and stuff like this, and craftsmanship. So, in this context, that I think makes a lot of sense for dwarves, but also is not, like, I would not call them greedy because they desire to live out how their culture works, and as a result desire these like gold and minerals and stuff like that and ores, but it's just part of who they are, and yeah, the ring just amplifies this to an extreme degree, even though they are otherwise pretty resilient against the effects of those rings, if that makes sense. Okay, that was a long answer for the second question, Chad, I'm sorry. is a longing for the Arkenstone like a precursor for the lust of the Silmarillion. In this context, it's complicated, but the writer of the book History of the Hobbit, John D. Radcliffe, expresses the opinion while doing research, like he's a Tolkien scholar doing research on how Tolkien wrote The Hobbit. This is a very big book and shows the different phases of Tolkien writing The Hobbit book. And in these phases, you definitely notice a lot of parallels to early texts we still today find in the Silmarillion, but even like the Book of Lost Tales, let's call it the Proto-Silmarillion. And in these very, very early writings of Tolkien's, you find so many parallels that you could get the impression that potentially in a very, very early state in Tolkien's mind, the Hobbit was actually set in the First Age and maybe part of the Silmarillion. I think Tolkien abandoned this idea because he also wrote in a letter, the Silmarillion is not complete, I work on these 2 elven languages, it doesn't really connect. I think it was a letter. And he disconnected it from it for sure, but he still borrowed, as Tolkien says himself, names like Gondolin is mentioned in the Hobbit. Elrond was also is mentioned in the Hobbit, and so on and so forth. So some elements from the other book. We have to keep in mind that when Tolkien wrote the Hobbit, the idea for Lord of the Rings did not exist yet. The One Ring was not existing yet in the writing process in the world of Tolkien at this time in the late 30s when The Hobbit was published, 1937. So you always have to imagine like a world where these rings, where the One Ring does not exist, the rings of power do not exist, and so on and so forth. And if you think about it, the Thranduil is in the Hobbit book itself is only called the Elven King, and so on and so forth. And it's about this Arkenstone. And you could make the argument, if you look into all of this, that the Arkenstone, in a very early state, in Tolkien's mind, or maybe in his notes, was actually one of the Silmarilli. However, this changed because Tolkien definitely disconnected the Hobbit from the Silmarillion, and later reconnected it again because the Hobbit then was connected to Lord of the Rings, and the Lord of the Rings is connected to the Silmarillion. It was written in a way that the Lord of the Rings references the Silmarillion all the time, and it basically uses the Silmarillion as backstory, as lore for the Lord of the Rings. Though the Silmarillion that Tolkien was working on is a different Silmarillion that we potentially know today. The published Silmarillion is different from this because Tolkien iterated so much on the Silmarillion over his whole life, so to say, that it's, if Tolkien would have completed it himself, it would be a very different book from what we have right now. And the book we have right now is made by, or composed by Christopher Tolkien out of the texts of his father, so that it accomplishes or basically expands or connects very, very well to the Lord of the Rings. That's the idea behind the published Silmarillion, even though it abandons some newer ideas of John Ronald Reuel Tolkien, his father, if that makes sense. And as a result, you could make the argument that Thingol is maybe the Elven King, and he has a desire for this Silmaril, which is in this mountain. And you have the mention of the Necromancer. In the very old version that Tolkien wrote, Sauron as a name was not a thing yet. He was called Thu, and Thu written spelled, and he was a necromancer. He was called Thu the Necromancer, something like that. And Tolkien uses this idea. It's not clear. You can also make the argument Tolkien never intended that the Hobbit was part of the Silmarillion. He just borrowed the names. That's also possible. But I could also imagine that maybe Tolkien really played with the thought at some point, because Tolkien loves to connect things, that it maybe plays in the First Age, but it didn't work out, and then he abandoned this idea again, and so on. It's in this regard very, very interesting that you find all these elements and ideas in this. I think you wanted to write the greatest elf in all, of course, it's Finrod Felagund. There's, I think, no different answer. Difficult to say. Yeah, sleep well, or have a good night, Mark. Nice that you are here. I'm a bit sorry that I didn't answer your question, because we talked about dwarves for such a long time. And I ignored chat a bit. It's always like something that happens in these Q&A streams. I just get so lost in one question that we do things. But yeah, that was the Firelight RPG question, which I really tried to answer in like an hour or so. It's difficult. But yeah, it was not a simple question. It was a tough question, to be honest. There's a lot of detail here. You can also make the argument that gold has a tendency for evil. As a result, this might also affecting the dwarves, because a part of Morgoth's essence is in gold itself. Just for completeness sake, I should mention that as well. I can read the quote really quick. Then I think I read it like every stream, because such an fundamentally important quote. I just have to make this here bigger. Sauron's power was not, for example, in gold as such, but in a particular form or shape made of a particular portion of total gold. Morgoth's power was disseminated throughout gold, if nowhere absolute, for he did not create gold. It was nowhere absent. It was this Morgoth's element in matter indeed, which was a prerequisite for such magic and other evils as Sauron practiced with it and upon it. And a bit further, we can read, for example, all gold in Middle-earth seems to have had a especially evil trend, but not silver. Water is represented as being almost entirely free of Morgoth. This is from Morgoth's Ring, the 10th History of Middle-earth book. And yeah, that adds also to the potentially greed thing. Like, if you have lust for gold, search for gold, you also invite an evil tendency in your life, or something bad to happen to you. We'll just go through chat. There were some other questions I found very interesting. Let me just skip here really quick. Dwarves more resistant to being dominated. Yeah, we read this. They eat underground fungi. I think it's not 100% clear. That's a good question. How do dwarves eat? There is an interesting quote also from the text we read from Peoples of Middle-earth, published in Peoples of Middle-earth, called Of Dwarves and Men. And there we can read Maybe not. Oh, we are not where I want to be. Of dwarves and men. I think it was in the text. Not 100% sure. There it is. Let me see. They were brave and loyal folk, true-hearted haters of Morgoth and his servants, and at first had regarded the dwarves askance, fearing that they were under the shadow, as they said. But they were glad of the alliance. So yeah, this is here like, we have to start earlier. The men with whom they were thus associated were for the most part akin in the race and language with the tall and mostly fair-haired people of the house of Hador. There are the 3 houses of the Edain of men, or the men that came to the west. Actually, we could argue it's 4 houses, but it's a different topic. But there's the house of Hador, of Beor, and so on. The most renowned and numerous of the Edain, who were allied with the Eldar in the War of the Jewels. These men, it seems, had come westward until faced by the great Greenwood, that's Mirkwood later, and then had divided, some reaching the Anduin and passing thence northward up the vales, some pressing between the north eaves of the wood and the Eret Mithrin. Only a small part of these people already very numerous and divided into many tribes, had then passed into Eriador, and so come at least to Beleriand. They were brave and loyal folk, true-hearted haters of Morgoth, and so on. This is what I just read. But they were glad of the alliance with the dwarves, and they were more vulnerable to attacks of the orcs. They dwelt largely in scattered homesteads and villages, and if they drew together into small townships, they were poorly defended at best by dikes and wooden fences. Also, they were lightly armed, chiefly with bows, for they had little metal, and few smiths among them had no great skill. Maybe there's a comma missing. Had little metal and few smiths among them, and they had no great skill. Something like this. These things the dwarfs amended in return for one... Now comes the point I want to make. These things the dwarfs amended in return for one great service that men could offer. They were tamers of beasts and had learned the mastery of horses, and many were skilled and fearless riders. These would often ride far afield as scouts and keep watch on the movements of their enemies. And if the orcs dared to assemble in an open for great raid, they would gather great force of horsed archers to surround them and destroy them. In these ways, the alliance of dwarves and men in the north came early in the Second Age to command great strength, swift in attack, and valiant, well-protected defense. And there grew up in that region between dwarves and men respect and esteem, and sometimes warm friendship. It was in that time when the dwarves were associated with men both in war and in the ordering of lands that they had secured, that the Longbeards adopted the speech of men for communication with them. They were not unwilling to teach their own tongue to men with whom they had special friendship, but men found it difficult and were slow to learn more than isolated words, many of which they adapted and took into their own language. But on one point, Longbeards were as rigidly secretive as all other dwarfs, for reasons which neither elves nor men ever fully understood. They would not reveal any personal names of people of other kin. Not later, when they had acquired the arts of writing, allow them to ever to be carved or written. So there was this alliance between elves of men in the early Second Age, and they helped each other against dwarf raids and stuff and so on. And yeah, the men had not much metal, but the dwarves had metal. And so the dwarf kind of made not a treatment, but yeah, they helped each other out. Because men, for example, could do all kinds of things. They could gather wood, they could gather potential food and furs and so on. And that was something the dwarves were interested in. The problem is I don't find the wood section here in this, but yeah, it's kind of implied. From the text is too long to find the exact thing I was looking for. Like I said, it's a very long text. But yeah, so ill-equipped, but were inured to hardship, toilsome journeys carrying great loads, but not long after the first one. Better armed, equipped also, they possessed many horses and some asses and small flocks of sheep and goats. They had crossed the air and reached... Now, maybe somebody in chat knows the exact passage here. Feel free to post it. But yeah, the point is basically they had some trade going on. They helped each other out in this alliance and so on and so forth. So that the dwarves profited from this. And they themselves as well. Might also be a note or something where it's written. It's just very tough to find in these long texts if you don't know them that well. It's just complicated. Okay. Wasn't there another question I found interesting? Would you say the Númenóreans are analogous to the ancient Greeks in one way or another? And was Tolkien familiar with Greek history? He was definitely familiar with Greek history. I'm not sure if it's only the Greeks. You could also say it's Tolkien compared Númenor a bit to Egypt. So in a letter, you can maybe try to find this really quick. I think it was not the Númenóreans necessarily, but the early Gondorians. Let me see. It's in one of his letters. We have this new letter thing here. Egypt. The Númenóreans of Gondor were proud, peculiar, and archaic, and I think are best pictures in, say, Egyptian terms. In many ways, they resembled Egyptians, the love of and power to construct, the gigantic and massive, and in their great interest in ancestry and in tombs, but not, of course, in theology. theology, in which respect they were Hebraic and even more Puritan. But this would take long to set out. To explain indeed why there is in particular no Ovid religion, or rather religious acts and so on and so forth, goes into religion. I think the crown of Gondor was very tall, like that of Egypt, but with wings attached, not set straight back, but at an angle. And Tolkien has also a little drawing here of this. It is you find this in letter 211 to Rona Bear. Also a very famous letter when it comes to these kind of information. But of course, Tolkien also had interest in the Greek, or knowledge in Greek history and so on. But he himself compares it to Egypt. And the idea of Numenor itself is derived from the idea of writing a story comparable to the story of Atlantis. So from a mythological standpoint, if that makes sense. But Mark and I think Spielkalb already talked about this a little bit. Who and where the dwarves fighting for Sauron said that every race could be found on both sides during the War of the Last Alliance? Hard to tell. Like, the quote you mean is, I think, from the Silmarillion. From, I think, the Rings of Power in the Third Age, the last chapter in the Silmarillion. And there, from Imladris, they crossed the misty mountains by many passes and marched down the river Anduin, and so came at last upon the host of Sauron on Dargolad, the battle plain, which lies before the gate of the Blackland. All living things were divided in that day, and some of every kind, even of beasts and birds, were found in either host, save the elves only. They alone were undivided and followed Gil-galad. Of the dwarfs, few fought upon either side, but the kindred of Durin of Moria fought against Sauron. So here we can basically get the only information, it's the only information we have about this from the Silmarillion text, and it says basically that the other six houses of the dwarves potentially had very few dwarves also on the side of Sauron, and a few dwarves were also on the other side, but we only know that the house of Durin, the Longbeards, fought all against Sauron. They were also undivided in that regard. But yeah, when it comes to men, we know the Easterlings and so on potentially fought on Sauron's side, while we are now here at the end of the Second Age, in case people wonder what are we even talking about. That is when Isildur, Elendil, Gil-galad attack Mordor and besiege Barad-dûr for 7 years, and then Sauron comes out and kills Gil-galad and Elendil. But the sword is broken, and then Isildur cuts off his finger with a ring with the shard hilt of Narsil. And yeah, in this battle also dwarves fought, even though they are never mentioned, but because they didn't, it seems like the dwarves did not send many, just a few dwarves were also fighting there. And yeah, you could potentially also find dwarves of the other side, on Sauron's side, but you would not find any dwarf from Moria on the side of Sauron. That's basically what this here wants to tell us. What was the vision Melkor was supposed to represent by Eru? Potentially, that's a good tough question. To answer this kind of short, I think it's kind of the dissonance, because the world always needs dissonance, and that's what also Melkor brought into the song, dissonance. Like you have light, but you also need a shadow, if that makes sense. The question is how strong the shadow is, and what this dissonance can cause. But I think it kind of needed to be in this vision of Eru as well for it to work. If you consider Eru as a storyteller of everything, like in a good story you always need conflict. So this story has to have conflict, and conflict was Melkor. It's my interpretation of this. Yeah, there was a question about what Thorin says to Thranduil in the second Hobbit film. I unfortunately don't know. And then we have Mary Kahonen's question. I don't fully get it. The Firebeard destroyed. Yeah, so the dwarves attacked Doriath and killed Thingol. And then later, Doriath was attacked again by the sons of Feanor. And that, I think that is when Doriath was fully destroyed, if I remember correctly. But yeah, it could be the Firebeards. It could also be the Broadbeams. I think it's not 100% clear which clan, because the clan names only appear in this one text, nowhere else, I think, for the dwarves. There was no bot invasion so far. I'm happy that is, fingers crossed, that it stays this way. The Fall of Doriath chapter. Okay. Yeah, it could be that. It must be some dwarves from the Blue Mountains. So, I think it's not clear which clan would be or which house of the dwarves would be the house that resides in Morgoth, and which house resides in Belegost. I'm not 100% sure about that. Single best character in the Silmarillion. It's true. I think it's one of the most interesting characters. I would agree. I mean, there are several very interesting characters. Thingol is one, Feanor is one, and people, of course, always like Finrod. I think Finrod is the most beloved character. Like, Thingol has his flaws, same, especially Feanor has his flaws, but it makes it kind of interesting. We talked about the Arkenstone and the Silmaril connection. Like, there could be a connection. It depends on your interpretation. Talked about that. Talking about back to the same as Silmaril and Arkenstone. Yeah, and some people believe that the Arkenstone was the Silmaril thrown in the fires of Earth. You have to keep in mind that Tolkien definitely, like, the Arkenstone is not a Silmaril, but in very early versions in Tolkien, or when Tolkien thought about writing The Hobbit, it is possible that the Arkenstone was a Silmaril. But in the published version of The Hobbit, the Arkenstone is not a Silmaril. It's a different thing. It would make no sense in this context anymore. Tolkien abandoned, if this thought ever existed in Tolkien's mind, which is very likely, it was abandoned. That should not be confused to just explain this, Alexander. But yeah, I don't believe that exactly. I think there's no point in believing it. It's just simply wrong. Like, the Arkenstone is not a Silmaril. That's nonsense. However, there is a connection. Like, it is possible that in early versions, or like an early thought process of Tolkien, it was a Silmaril. But it doesn't matter if it was. In the released version, it is not a Silmaril anymore. You could maybe say the Arkenstone is inspired by the Silmarilli, or by one of the Silmarilli. How would you believe the stories of Fellowship would have played out if The Hobbit took place during the First Age? That's a good question. Very hard to, like Urgent Pancake, it's very hard to envision. I think the story of the Lord of the Rings is definitely a Third Age story, not a First Age story, so the Fellowship would have played in the Third Age as we know it. I think the prelude to the Lord of the Rings would be slightly different, and maybe the history and lore of the Hobbit culture would have moved further back to the First Age if Tolkien would have went this route. But it's very hard to envision how this would have played out. Like, currently, the earliest mention of the Hobbit we know is the early Third Age, And maybe some hints hint us at the Second Age, but we know that the hobbits must have existed in the First Age as well, or in the late First Age, that they have appeared there at some time because they're related to men and so on. There's a hint for them, I think, in the prologue of the Lord of the Rings itself. But we don't know any history prior to a certain point when it comes to hobbits. And maybe we can find this even in the Lord of the Rings really quick. I'm not sure. The Lord of the Rings. Prologue concerning hobbits. I assume would say Elder Days. Yeah. Of old they spoke the language of men, the hobbits, after their own fashion, and liked and disliked much the same things as men did. But what exactly our relationship is can no longer be discovered. The beginning of hobbits lies far back in the Elder Days. The Elder Days are the days of the First Age, usually. It's written in capital letters, so if it's consistent with what Tolkien usually means with Elder Days, he means the First Age here. Though from the Third Age perspective, maybe the Elder Days could also consider Second Age, but early Second Age, different story. But usually the Elder Days are the days of the First Age, potentially the days of the last 590 years of the First Age. The beginning of the Hobbits lies far back in the Elder Days that are now lost and forgotten. Only the elves still preserve any records of that vanished time, and their traditions are concerned almost entirely with their own history, in which men appear seldom and hobbits are not mentioned at all. Yet it is clear that hobbits had, in fact, lived quietly in Middle-earth for many long years before other folk became even aware of them. And the world being after full of strange creature beyond count, these little people seemed of very little importance. But in the days of Bilbo and of Frodo, his heir, they suddenly became, by no wish of their own, both important and renowned, and troubled the counsels of the wise and the great. So they existed in the First Age, but there's no recorded mention of them ever. And so we don't know. But I would assume that this sentence would be different if the Hobbit played in the First Age. It would be maybe an ancient, legendary, mythologic Hobbit tale. And, that maybe Frodo got fascinated by. And then the events start and Gandalf meets him and then things set in motion, something like that. I could imagine, but it's just, like I said, it's just wild guessing, speculation, my own theory here. If this would have been, so I hope Urgent Pancake is still there, that would be my answer here. Standard question, yeah. Finrod Felagund is of course awesome character in the Silmarillion. I'm in the Finrod fan club though. Círdan is very close second. I think Elrond also up there. Thingol, Fëanor, very interesting. Maedhros, also a beloved character by many. Galadriel, of course. I also like Celebrimbor, to be honest. I think it's a very interesting character as well. A lot of cool characters, but Finrod, of course, is a legend. Belek we also should mention. Círdan is also one of my favorites. So yeah, there are a lot of good elves. Thingol, yeah, talked about him. Tschüss, Mark. I think I answered the influence Greek question already. Thanks for the answer, no problem. Good evening, Rekshazan. I just read your name wrong. Lumino brought me the idea of Atlantis. Yeah, for sure, 100%. So yeah, I'm back to current chat. To the present. I just went through all the questions and really tried to answer. Theologos K, welcome. Nice to see you. For when a Rings of Power marathon? I don't know. I must say that the show has left a sour taste back for me after the last episode, for sure. But yeah, I don't know. It's so bad by now for me personally that I would just watch these 3 Hobbit films any day, but not the Rings of Power show season 1. Like it was, like it's difficult. It's a difficult topic. I don't want to like. I definitely gave the show a very fair chance, if that makes sense. And I also got criticized for that, which I found very weird in my opinion, because yeah, even though there's some elements I might not like in it, I feel like it deserves a fair chance. But especially like, even though it was just from the storytelling perspective, or not from the production and from the pacing and so on and so forth, one of the best episodes. But episode 8, the last episode in season 1, just killed it for me completely. Like, it's so far off of what the book actually tells about the creation of the Rings of Power that it really annoys me, I have to admit. And let's not even start talking about the Withered. It's just absolutely nonsense. And I didn't like the whole Mithril story they put in there as well. And also I hated quite a bit. Even though there's some parts I like in the Rings of Power show. But I feel like this kind of ruined it for me. And I'm very, very worried how they continue this mess in season 2. Like my theory for it is, don't want to spoil here too much, but my theory is that Sauron now goes to Mordor and forges the 16 Rings of Power in Mordor. That's my theory, what happens in Rings of Power. Because everything else makes no freaking sense. The Rings of Power is not canon, it's just fan fiction, to be honest. The problem is that a lot of people maybe want to learn how the Rings of Power were created and watch the show. And unfortunately, it's a terrible show to watch if you want to know what Tolkien wrote. I mean, you can totally like the show and have a good time with it. No problem. Like, I don't want to hate on people who like the show. Like, that's not my style. But I personally was not happy with the ending of it. And even though I liked some parts of the show, I disliked a lot of other parts of the show. And at the end, it was kind of in the middle for me. But episode 8 really, really, really ruined it for me. Must we have a story for all 20 rings in a TV show? Maybe it's not so important. I think it's like, if you call your show The Rings of Power, I would expect that the creation and the Rings of Power are kind of important for the show. Really. It's like calling your book Dune and it has nothing to do with Dune. It would be strange. You know what I mean? Yeah, the 16 Rings of Power, like how it's in the books, they were forged by Celebrimbor and his ringsmith guild, the Gwais y Myrdain, as they are called by Tolkien. And these Gwais y Myrdain in Ostinedil, like, it's not crafted them. It's not clear if Celebrimbor crafted the Great Rings. But we only know that Celebrimbor crafted the 3 Elven Rings of Power, as they are called later. Though all 19 Rings of Power are Elven Rings. The problem is that Sauron is already out of Eregion again, and it would be strange that he leaves Eregion, goes to Mordor, takes Mordor, comes back to Eregion, crafts 16 rings, goes back to Mordor again, crafts the one ring, and then the elves have this surprise Pikachu face. It would be like I can't see this. Like it's not great. It should be directed by Tarantino. I think the directors are not the problem. I think the writing is a problem. It's mostly what was, or maybe the showrunners. I don't know. I wouldn't say that directing was the biggest problem in the show. I think the directors did a good job. The problem is the script of the show. It's not great. It focuses too much on things that are not good. Like, the biggest problem is definitely the writers. I wouldn't even say the writers didn't read the book. I think that's also a false assumption. Maybe there were too many cooks. Like, in German we have the saying, too many cooks spoil the meal. I'm not sure. There's, I think, a very similar saying in English, but I don't know how it goes. Zu viele Köche verderben den Brei. It's the German saying. Too many. One bad egg spoiled the. Deep L translated with too many cooks spoil the broth. I'm not sure though if that's a true English saying. Maybe it is in English. Like, in this dictionary lists this, so maybe people know this. Spoil the soup. Yeah, here it's written with, I assume it's pronounced broth. What is broth? Brühe. Ah, okay, that's a soup. Okay. Understood. I wouldn't know. I barely speak my own language. So yeah, that's the thing. So if a lot of people work on something and they have all their own opinions and so on, they too many tooks spoil your quiet journey through Moria. Yeah, that's a good. That people can relate. But yeah, that's kind of the problem for me. Or a possible idea. Like, I don't know what it is. I think the showrunners had a vision and they focused simply on the wrong things. Like, they wanted to explain and start the journey too early, the journey very early, and kind of connected to the lore and stuff. But there's so much setup in this show that leads nowhere, and then the plot is not working when the different parts have to combine. And you look at these plot points, like you have these different perspectives. That's called in Mordor, that later becomes Mordor at least. You have the Numenor plot point of view and so on. And at one point they combine and meet, and you wonder, that makes no sense. That's a big problem. Like, the plot doesn't work, and on top of that they ignore so much stuff that Tolkien wrote. And it's for fan annoying. Even though I don't think they didn't read the book or so. That's not what I would say. I just think they made the wrong decisions. And especially with these long setups for characters, especially Galadriel is, in my opinion, terribly set up. It's not the fault of the actress or of the director or something. It's who makes the episode and films it and so on. It's more the fault of that the underlying idea, the script of the plot and the script doesn't work. Too many cooks spoil the soup. I mean, I'm English, but from Yorkshire, and we talk a bit odd. Okay. Yeah, it would be cool if season 2 is, the dog dreamed everything. Now we tell you the actual story. That would be pretty cool, to be honest, so we can forget about season 1. But my worry is a bit that they focus on stuff. They already told, they want to explain how Sauron got on this raft. I don't want to know, because Sauron was not on a raft. It just makes no sense. But, yeah. Let's not talk about Rings of Power, because people get angry when we talk about this, and we don't want to get angry. It's just, from my perspective, very unfortunate, if that makes sense. That it turned out. I like the images and stuff, but yeah. I've just watched Tolkien Untangled's retelling of the story of Children of Húrin. It's one of my favorites. Now, yeah, Children of Húrin is a fantastic story. You can imagine, shoutouts to Tolkien Untangled, also a great creator. Did a pretty good job there. Yeah, that is true. Gurthang is the sword of Túrin, is a strange one as well. We had a question some streams ago about why Gurthang could talk. That was a tough to answer question, but I can't really answer the question, of course. It's more speculation towards mythology. Read it last month. Rip Belek, Strongbow. Yeah, Belek also appreciated character, in my opinion. Very tragic though. Untangled interpreted it because of the Finnish myth. Yeah. The Finnish, there is the national what do you call it? The national Finnish mythology thing that was written at some point and called the Kalevala. I potentially pronounce it wrong. And there's Kullervo is, I think, the story in it. And it's very similar to Children of Húrin. There are also some other stories that have some, the Sigurd Volsung story and Oedipus, however it's pronounced in English. Do you think Elrond collected the Palantir from the Tower of Elostirion on his way to the Havens? I'm not sure. Do I have an artwork of the Elostirion Tower? I could swear Ted Naismith made one. I have access to it, but I'm not sure. I have one. Shoutouts to Ted Naismith. There we have the tower. So for people wondering, the Palantiri, these seeing stones, we know from Lord of the Rings, were stored in several places, mostly towers, by the Gondorians. Originally, they were gifts brought from the West continent, here. And they were brought to Numenor as a token of friendship of the elf from the west continent. They would sometimes sail to Numenor. And yeah, when Numenor was destroyed, spoiler, then Elendil saved these Palantiri, the 7 Palantiri, on his ships, and went to Middle-earth and founded his kingdom, which was Arnor, and his 2 sons, Isildur and Anarion, founded Gondor on Middle-earth. And they kind of divided these Palantiri among each other. Okay, I'm just confused that something is not potentially working. Yeah, no, it should work though. If sound is gone or something, please tell me. Yeah, so they divided it. We have multiple places. So one was stored in one of these towers on the Tower Hills, the Emin Bereit, and in the Elostirion Tower. Maybe it's the big one here we see. And here we also see some elves, and we know from The Road Goes Ever On, that's like a song-poem collection made by Tolkien and another musician that was published, and Tolkien wrote some lore information. And there we find that the Noldor elf, it seems, sometimes like Gildor, made a pilgrimage to this tower to look at the Palantiri, and it was able to look over to the master Palantir that was over here on this island on Tol Eressëa. It was the master of those. That was the one that stayed on the west continent. You could basically see the west continent from there. That's where the elves want to sail. And they hoped that they could maybe see also Elbareth, Gilthoniel, the Valar of the Stars, maybe there. And that's kind of a detail. And on this journey back, Gildor had to walk through the Shire. Like if we look at this, where the Emin Bereit are, let me just see. 3rd Age map. I always move something here, which I does not want to move. That's annoying as hell. What is this here? Map 3rd Age? Kind of confused why that is there. Whatever. That's the artist source. So yeah, the Emin Bereit are here, down here close to Mithlond, the Grey Havens, to Lindon. And if you look at the map, you can also see the Shire. Like Michael Delving is here, Hobbiton is here. So yeah, you kind of walk by. And if you want to go back to Rivendell, which is all the way, Imladris is all the way here in the east. And yeah, Gildor was on his way back. That's why they met the hobbits on their way through these lands here. So yeah, that's kind of the story of that. But back to the artwork of Ted Naismith. Or maybe go back to the map, to be honest. Because I can show you the other places where the things are stored. So one of the Palantiri was here originally. One was at Amon Sul. The second one I have to admit, chat, where was the third one in Arnor? Was it in Anuminas? Currently thinking, where was the third one? There must be a third one here, because 4 were in Gondor. And for Gondor, we have to move a bit further south. So let's do this in several steps here. One was in Isengard, or Isengard, however you want to pronounce it. One was in Minas Anor, later called Minas Tirith. One was in Minas Ithil, later called Minas Morgul. And one was in Osgiliath. So that's 4. Isengard was also part of Gondor, in case people wonder. Oh, Shmuel is here. Nice to see you. Could you provide a summary what the Palantiri could do? Like, I know from Lord of the Rings, Sauron used them when Pippin it was. I think it's been too long since I watched the films. Nice to hear you. Oh yeah, it's always nice to have somebody who actually knows things here in chat. No, of course we have a lot of knowledgeable people here in chat, but it's nice to have one more. To help me out when to fill the blanks. Just to repeat the question, was one of the Palantiri in Anúminas? I think yes. Anúminas was the capital of Arnor. Later it was moved to Fornost. Tower Hill? Amon Sul, which is the weather top. Yeah, it must. Where else should it be, right? It must be in Anúminas with a scepter. And that's also the reason why Gondor has 3 stars on their banner. And also Arnor. That's like the Dúnedain thing. Because they had 7. I'm just thinking, is it really? I could just look it up myself. Palanti. Masterstone, Tol Eressëa, Osgiliath, Elostirion, Amon Sul, Anúminas Stone. Yeah. Ithil, the Orthanc Stone, and the Anor Stone. Yeah. That's the 8 stones. Yeah, exactly. One was locked to look at the west. I think that could be this one here. The Elostirion. Hi everyone. Sorry I was delayed in getting on. 2 main Palantiri users communicating between each other and seeing afar. Yeah, there's a chapter in the book called Unfinished Tales. There's a chapter dedicated to the Palantiri. Tolkien wrote an essay about them. And there I can come to the next question. What do the Palantiri actually do? That's actually quite a lot and depends a bit. So, for example, the stone of Orthanc. That's the tower in Isengard. The Orthanc stone appears to have been at this time long disregarded by the steward. It was no longer of any use to them and was secure in its impregnable tower. Okay, I hope that was a bit. No, that's the wrong quote. I thought I remembered it, the line wrong. think that's the wrong essay. Must have been considered connecting. Is it in the first part of the text chat? I can't remember. Obtained the public key until the passing of the kings. Sinister secrets. After the days of the kings, two things contributed to the neglect of the stones. It's all about the neglect. Oh, Mr. Mirabel is nice to see as well. Yeah, the Elendil stone at the Tower Hills was one of special purpose. It only looked towards Tol Eressëa. Tol Eressëa is this island. It would appear that they did so and realized that the stone would be of little use to him for damage. Okay, there's a lot of position. I think in this Palantiri sect chapter there was like some information, but unfortunately I don't remember how it was phrased, so it's a bit difficult to find the exact sentence here. Here's a note by Tolkien. By themselves the stones could only see scenes or figures in distant places or in the past. These were without explanation, and at any rate for men of later days it was difficult to direct what... Oh, sorry, I just lost the line. Was difficult... to direct what visions should be revealed by the will or desire of a surveyor. But when another mind occupied a stone in a court, thought could be transferred, received as speech, and visions of the things in the mind of the surveyor of one stone could be seen by the other surveyor. See further page 410 to 411 and note 21. We'll look into this in a moment. These powers were originally used mainly in consultation for the purpose of exchanging news necessary to government or advice and opinions, less often in simple friendship and pleasure or in greetings or condolence. It was only Sauron used a stone for the transference of his superior will, dominating the weaker surveyor and forcing him to reveal hidden thought and to submit commands. Author's note. So this was written by Tolkien himself. That's basically how this works. There is a long description. Here's note 21. In a detached note, this aspect is more explicitly described. Two persons, each using a stone in accord with the other, could converse, but not by sound, which the stones did not transmit. Looking one at the other, they would exchange thought, not their full or true thought or their intentions, but silent speech, the thoughts they wished to transmit, already formalized in linguistic form in their minds or actually spoken aloud, which would be received by their respondents and of course immediately transformed into speech and only reportable as such. So that's how Tolkien describes this. There is then there's another note about how to block the vision of this. The later note referred to a note 17 treats some of these aspects of the Palantiri slightly differently. In particular, the concept of shrouding seems differently applied. This note, very hastily and somewhat obscure, reads in part: they retained the images received so that each contained within itself a multiplicity multiplicity of images and scenes, some from a remote past. They could not see in the dark. That is, things that were in the dark were not recorded by them. So the Palantiri could also record things of the past, but only the things, where that could be seen, if that makes sense. They themselves could be... I lost this. Let me read this again. They could not see in the dark. That is, things that were in the dark were not recorded by them. They themselves could be, and usually were, kept in the dark because it was much easier then to see the scenes that they presented, and as the centuries passed, to limit their overcrowding. How they were thus shrouded was kept secret, and so is no unknown. They were not blinded by physical obstacles, as a wall or hill or wood, so long as the distant objects were themselves in light. It was said or guessed by later commenters that the stones were placed in their original sites in spherical cases that were looked to prevent their misuse by the unauthorized, but that this casing also performed the office of shrouding them and making them... Okay, I have to look up how this word is pronounced, because I never said this in my life before. Quiescent. I can think what it means, but yeah, it means basically ruined, something like this. Quiescent. The case must be therefore have been made of some metal or other substance not now known. Marginal jotting associated with this note are partly illegible, but so much can be made out that the remoter the path, the clearer the remoter the path, the clearer the view, while for distant viewing there was a proper distance, varying with the stones at which distant objects were clearer. The greater Palantiri could look much further than the lesser, for the lesser the proper distance was of the order of 500 miles, as between the Orthanc stone and that of Anor, that is Minas Tirith. Isil was too near, but was largely used for illegible words, not for personal contacts with Minas Anor. Let's see what Norway has to say. Also, welcome, Norway. I think I welcomed you already, but nice to see you here as well. Is this how Sauron knew what Pippin was thinking after touching the Palantir? Exactly. So Sauron, as here in the other note explains, was able to dominate his will because he was like the weaker individual, and then he could extract hidden information from it. That's why it's so for Pippin so dangerous to use this. And this could also have a great toll on one of the users of a Palantir. For example, Denethor II, that's not in the film explained really. Denethor II also had a Palantir in Minas Tirith, and he used it. And still he was a powerful man. He could kind of withstand Sauron, but it had a huge toll on him. And this definitely was also a potential explanation for his, let's call it, madness in the widest sense, if that makes sense, Chad. Though the madness in the book like Danny Sauce a bit different in the book, so compared to the films. Keep this in mind. So the outcome is kind of the same. So yeah, there's another thing. Let me see if I find this quote. I'm not sure if it's in this thing here. Mount. No, the Anor stone, so the stone in Minas Tirith, why it's hidden is also a short explanation here in this text. But the Anor stone, Anor is Minas Tirith. It's the old name of this place. Minas Anor. The Anor stone had become a secret. No mention of its fate after the fall of Minas Ithil, that is later Minas Morgul, appeared in any of the annals or records of the stewards. History would indeed make it clear that neither Orthanc nor the White Tower in Minas Tirith had ever been captured or sacked by enemies, and it might therefore be supposed that the stones were most probably intact and remained in their ancient sites, but it could not be certain that they had not been removed by the stewards and perhaps buried deep in some secret treasure chambers, even in some last hidden refuge in the mountains comparable to Dunharrow. There's note number 10, which reads, this is a reference to Gandalf's words to Peregrim, the Two Towers. Who knows where the lost stones of Anor and Gondor now lie, buried or drowned deep? Oh, Taku Senpai, nice to see you as well. Okay, here's the text passage I was shown. Alone the Palantiri could only... Oh, is this... No, it's not. It's right. I think I found it. Alone the Palantiri could only see. They did not transmit sound. That's not now a note. This is the full text in the Unfinished Tales chapter, the Palantiri. They did not transmit sound. Ungoverned by a directing mind, they were wayward, and their visions were apparently at least... Have to look up the word again, chat. Hay-feathered? Is this how it's pronounced? Haphazard. Okay, it's not a PH here, it's haphazard. Okay. So basically, having no obvious order or plan, that means. From a high place, their westward face, for instance, would look to vast distance, its vision blurred and distorted to either side and above and below, and its foreground obscured by things behind, receding in ever-diminishing clarity. It's a difficult work. So from a high place, their westward face, for instance, would look to vast distance, its vision blurred and distorted to either side and above and below, and its foreground obscured by things behind, receding in ever-diminishing clarity. Maybe I should post this in chat. You can understand this. It's even difficult to read. Didn't fit in one message. Also, what they saw was directed or hindered by chance, by darkness, or by shrouding sea below. That was a chapter I read. The vision of the Palantiri was not blinded or occluded by physical obstacles, but only by darkness. So they could look through a mountain as they could look through a patch of dark or shadow, but see nothing within that did not receive some light. They could see through walls, but see nothing within rooms, caves, or vaults unless some light fell on it. and they could not themselves provide or project light. It was possible to guard against their sight by the process called shrouding, by which certain things or areas would be seen in a stone only as a shadow or a deep mist. How this was done by those aware of the stones and the possibility of being watched by them is one of the lost mysteries of the Palantiri. The viewer could by his will cause the vision of the stone to concentrate on some point on or near its direct line. The uncontrolled visions were small, especially in the minor stones, though they were much larger to the eye of a beholder who placed himself at some distance from the surface of the Palantir, about 3 feet at best. But controlled by the will of a skilled and strong surveyor, remoter things could be enlarged, brought as it were nearer and clearer while the background was almost suppressed. Thus, a man at a considerable distance might be seen as a tiny figure, half an inch high, difficult to pick out against landscape or concourse of other men, but concentration could enlarge and clarify the vision till he was seen in clear, if reduced detail, like a picture apparently a foot or more in height, and recognized if he was known to the surveyor. Great concentration might even enlarge some detail that interested the surveyor, so that it could be seen, for instance, if he had a ring on his hand. But this concentration was very tiring and might become exhausting. Consequently, it was only undertaken when information was urgently desired, and chance, aided by other information, maybe enabled the surveyor to pick out items significant for him and his immediate concern from the welter of the stone's vision. For example, Denethor, sitting before the Anor stone, anxious about Rohan, and deciding whether or not at once to order the kindling of the beacons and sending out of the arrow. Like, the beacons were needed, and you would send a red arrow or an arrow to, I think it was a red arrow, but it's always confusing for me if it was red or not, to Rohan. That was another part of the summoning Rohan for help procedure. And the sending out of the arrow might place himself in a direct line looking northwest by west through Rohan, passing close to Edoras and on towards the fords of Isen. At that time there might be visible movements of men in that line. If so, he could concentrate on, say, a group, see them as riders, and finally discover some figures known to him. Gandalf, for instance, riding with reinforcement to Helm's Deep and suddenly breaking away and racing northwards. The Palantiri could not themselves survey man's mind at unawareness or unwilling, for the transference of thought depends on the wills of the user on either side, and thought received as speech was only transmitted by one stone to another in accord. So, yeah, long story short, you could, as I think Noah already posted it like 20 minutes ago, literally. Yeah, it was really 20 minutes ago. But yeah, you could communicate between two stones that were in accord. Not all stones were in accord, though, that you have to keep in mind, I think. And you could see far distances. The bigger stones, for example, the stone in I have to scroll my map here quite a bit. One of the big stones was in Osgiliath. It was, like, I think, a very big one. It was, when Osgiliath got destroyed, fell into the river and was lost. And so on. So, yeah, there were definitely possibilities what you could do with this. I would assume that also there was a way to communicate. I can't show it you really well on the map because I can't fit Gondor and Amon Sul, which is up here. And with, for example, Isengard/Isengard and down here Minas Tirith, Osgiliath, It's further south, but I would have to move the map for it. And making it smaller or bigger is kind of difficult. So that was the abilities. You could look through mountains, through stones, like in rooms and caverns, but you can only see things that have light on it. And then there's this shrouding technique that also exists that could add to it. And if the person is strong enough at will, you could also dominate their will like Sauron did. But Sauron is a supernatural kind of being, if that makes sense. Supernatural being that is like a fallen angel or something. So he has a lot of willpower, a lot of power, and he is powerful enough to dominate other minds, especially weaker ones, and then extract hidden information. If the two stones are connected and in accord. But if you look at the map here, here's Minas Tirith, where Denethor, for example, was, and Barad-dûr is here, so it's not that far away. The smaller stones only had a range of like 500 miles or something like that. And you could also zoom in. And I think there was also a mention that somewhere in the text that you can see things that were already seen in the past. So this kind of is also like a recorder of past information, if that makes sense. I think that also works. Not sure if with all the stones or not. The most stones were not that big. I think the biggest stones were like a meter or something in diameter. That was the Orthang stone. So that was kind of the dimension. That was a very big one. The other were much smaller. Probably a bit bigger than we see in the films, but not much, I think. So did Sauron have a Palantir while he was without form? When Pippin touched it, Sauron had a form already at this point. Like in the film, it said that Sauron, like Gandalf in one scene says, the enemy has not taken physical form again or something like that. But in the book, it is indicated that even when, like I think the earliest indicator is Gollum. Gollum was captured by Sauron at some point when he was in Mordor, somewhere where, I don't know where exactly, and then he was tortured, potentially put to torment and questioned. And Gollum mentions, I forgot how he phrases it, like he basically says something, his hand or his fingers, his hand, whatever, is terrible or whatever, but he only has 4 fingers because one finger was cut off by Isildur. It's interesting that the finger does not regenerate because after that he lost his physical form and had to take a new one. But for me it seems evident that Sauron at this point had already a physical form, definitely. And Sauron and Gollum was captured, I'm sure when he was freed. Like it was definitely before Lord of the Rings started. It was potentially not before Bilbo's party, but before Frodo left the Shire. So from the book perspective, Sauron already had a physical form at this point when Pippin touched the thing. Sauron was not just a flaming eye. It's a film thing. He had a physical body already. In the extended edition, if you look at when Aragorn uses the Palantir to basically taunt Sauron and then attack him here at the Black Gate. I just pressed the wrong button. And you can see through the Palantir, through this red eye, and you see Sauron holding his Palantir in his hand there as well. It's, I think, only in the extended edition you can see Sauron there through the Palantir. I can actually look if I have a screenshot of that. So it's this scene here from the extended edition. And the camera zooms then on the Palantir, and you see Sauron here in this thing holding the Palantir in his throne room in Barad-dûr. Which is an interesting detail they added. Kind of like that. Yeah, there is a deleted scene where Sauron and Aragorn would fight at the Blackgate. Sauron was then replaced by this, I think it was a Olokaya troll that steps almost on, in the extended edition at least, on Aragorn. But originally I think it was him fighting Sauron. Akalabes took up his great ring, dwelt there until he wrought himself a new guise, an image of malice and hatred made visible. Yeah, that is after the fall of Numenor, where Sauron lost his body and then he couldn't take a fair form. No, the Mouth of Sauron, I think, was... I'm not sure, maybe I'm confusing how Peter Jackson originally planned it, but I think the scene where the troll steps almost kills Aragorn before then the ring is destroyed or something. I think that was originally Sauron in this place. Something like that. I don't know. Maybe somebody in chat knows it better than I do. But yes, then after the fall of... Let me just bring out the other scene here. After this scene here, Sauron, like when Sauron explodes in the Battle of the Last Alliance, Sauron also loses, I think, his body. And then his spirit flees into the east, and then he returns, and at some point he must have gotten his physical form back. I don't know when exactly. Yeah, then the Uruks run away, exactly. Something like that. A troll question by Shmuel. I have a troll question. What is worse, Rings of Power's Palantir that sucks you into a vision of the future, or the movie's Palantir that lets Pippin see Sauron's plans? Yeah, I think the Palantir could definitely not see the future, but it could see the past. What does Galadriel see, though? It was Galadriel, right? Who, I forgot it again, chat. What was the vision of Galadriel in the Rings of Power? In German we have the beautiful word verdrängt, which means I pushed it away out of my mind. Ousted. Suppressed? No, it's not suppressed. It's pushing it away. Supplanted. Interesting. It sounds like... the fall of Numenor. I can't really remember. Let's see if the scene is on YouTube. Nah. There was just a funny thing. The problem is I could just load up the film and look at there. I just hope that somebody has a scene complete on YouTube. I can't remember, actually. There are just too many memes online about the show to find a serious answer to my question. Oh god. I'm having issues with scrolling back in chat. Okay, his YouTube chat sometimes is terrible. Maybe you can try, if you are using, I'm not sure if you're using a browser, but you can have these 3 dots and you can click on pop out chat. Sometimes then you have it in a separate window in a thing that kind of helps maybe. I hope it works. Sauron at the Blackgate was replaced by an Olokai. A black troll. Yeah, the Olokai are the trolls of Mordor. I think I don't. The problem is I don't have the film on. Well, they're online, right? Which episode is it, though? Is it the 4th or the 5th? Did not expect that I watched Rings of Power today. Episode 3 is wrong. I need episode... Yeah, my brain also suppresses maybe the good word. It suppresses, not... What did Galadriel see when she looks through the Palantir? I can't remember, to be honest. First of all, I need to mute the tab so I don't get into trouble here. Okay, maybe it's episode 3? No, it's episode 4. I think. How do I get back? That was 5. That was episode 3. Oh, that was a Palantir scene. Yeah, she sees the flooding. Yeah, it's a vision of the drone. I remember now. She sees the water starting to cover Numenor. Okay. Yeah. I saw the scene now. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I don't mind that too much, to be honest. I know it's a troll question, but because having visions in Lord of the Rings, especially Galadriel having visions, is, in my opinion, nothing too unusual. That it's now connected to a Palantir is one thing. Though, isn't it that Miriel also has this vision? She knows it from the Palantir? I don't know. People seem to assume that the Mouth of Sauron was undead or otherwise supernatural because of the funky design given him by Peter Jackson and his team. Yeah, I definitely can get it. Maybe Peter Jackson, I mean, he's an old, let's say, horror filmmaker with score stuff and so on. You always see this in his films a little bit. Yeah, Tolkien, according to Tolkien, the Mouth of Sauron is a black Numenorean. That means, like, there later were two different factions in Numenor, the faithful and the Kingsmen. And the Kingsmen, when Numenor was destroyed, became known as Black Numenorians because they were on the side of Sauron. Yeah, or at least Black Numenorian descent, exactly. Yeah, in the case of Denethor, this might be right. Not sure if... I would have to read the whole chapter again of the Palantiri. There, I think Tolkien might have some informations on what Sauron might have seen or so. But yeah, you might be right. There was also an extended scene with Gil-galad, though in the extended edition, there's also, you see him a bit more. I think you also see in the standard edition, or maybe not, I'm not sure. There are even more scenes with Gil-galad. A lot of deleted scenes in the Peter Jackson films. And the only thing from the Saruman Gandalf dialogue I remember is the following. "And listen, Gandalf, my old friend and helper," he said, coming near and speaking now in a softer voice. "I said we, for we, it may be, if you will join with me. A new power is rising against it. The old allies and policies will not avail us at all. There is no hope left in elves or dying Numenor. This then is one choice before you, before us. We may join with that power. It would be wise, Gandalf. There is hope the way. Its victory is at hand, and there will be rich reward for those that aided it. As the power grows, its proved friends will also grow, and the wise, such as you and I, may with patience come at least to direct its courses, to control it. We can bide our time. We can keep our thoughts in our hearts, deploring maybe evils done by the way, but approving the high ultimate purpose, knowledge, rule, order, all the things that we have so far striven in vain to accomplish, hindered rather than helped by our weak or idle friends. There need not be, there would not be any real chance in our designs, only in our means. I'm not sure if he mentions the Palantir, to be honest. It could be, though. I should look the chapter here. It was from the Elrond thing. I'm not sure though if he said. I know in the film he potentially they make this whole Palantir seeing stone thing, but I think it's not in the book. I'm not sure though anymore. Yeah, we must remember Sauron is a traitor. Yeah, exactly. I think I'm with Shmuley. I think it's only a film thing, and sometimes, like, I have the same problem often because I really like the films and often watch them. If I haven't read the passage in some time, the stuff from the film starts to merge with the stuff from the book, and then you mix it together. It happens very often to me. But exactly, Gandalf did not know of it until it was thrown out of Orthanc. I think that is when the Palantir detail is actually spoken of and revealed. Didn't Gimli find Saruman's secret stash? There is actually, in one section, they go to Orthanc and find stuff from Saruman in Orthanc. It's an Unfinished Tales, I think. Yeah, it could be that later he could have come to the conclusion later. I don't know. I could be. I'm just not 100% sure if it's directly mentioned or so. Man, I love the extended edition. Tell me, is this bad? I did this. Woke up at 7 a.m., didn't want to do anything, so I put on Fellowship of the Rings extended edition. Before I know it, I've watched all three. Yeah, I can definitely see this. I really love watching the extended edition and love it also quite a bit. Watching this stream from various places around the world right now. The internet blows the Palantiri away. Yeah, it's potentially true these days, but in days without internet, they were very impressive. Yeah, it could be. I don't know. I'm not 100% sure currently that there is a mention of it. Like there are multiple sections where Gandalf kind of looks back at what happened and try to reconstruct it. In the Council of Elrond, he does it. He later, at the end of Lord of the Rings, does it again. So there's definitely a possibility that Gandalf kind of reflects on that. He might have seen something in the Palantir. They are definitely mentioned that Saruman uses the Palantir and gets ensnared by Sauron. There's also a mention of this somewhere. In the chapter Last Debate, Gandalf says that Sauron maybe can choose what the weaker mind can see in the Palantir. Yeah, that might be it. Thank you for looking for it, Mari Kohonen. My dad can't sit through the first Lord of the Rings movie. I think he's fast asleep by the time. Falls asleep by the time Gandalf reaches the Shire. Yeah. I know. I also can watch the movies without end. Later this year we will watch them here together in a watch party again. Of course, I can't show you the actual film, so just have your people in chat and comment over it a bit, as we do as a little tradition. A lot of channels do this, of course, but I do it as well. And this time we start maybe earlier, so that around this time the plan was that we watch them in chronological order, I think, right? So first the 3 Hobbits, then the 3 Lord of the Rings film, and the last Lord of the Rings film we will watch shortly before Christmas. Something like that was a plan for this year. So we have to start in November or something, watching the Hobbit films, like each week a film or something, for this to work. The stones of seeing do not lie, and not even the Lord of Barad-dûr can make them do so. He can, maybe, by his will choose what things shall be seen by weaker minds, or cause them to mistake the meaning of what they see. Nonetheless, it cannot be doubted that when Denethor saw great forces arrayed against him in Mordor, and more still being gathered, he saw that which truly is. That's a quote from the last debate, in case people wonder. May also a possibility, because Orthanc, or at least Isengard, was at some point controlled by the Dune landings. Not sure if they really had access to the tower itself. But Gandalf might have assumed that the Orthanc stone was removed from Isengard, whatever, by one of the stewards, or stolen when the tower was taken by the Dune landings. Exactly. But safe to say, Sauron wasn't able to subjugate Saruman by the means of the Palantiri. Otherwise, he would be able to play his double game with Sauron. Yeah. He wouldn't be able to play this. How's it going, meatbags? Welcome, E.A.T. Nice to see you. Yeah, well, we discussed now for almost 4 hours the lore of Tolkien and answered a lot of interesting questions. Some, again, a very long time. And then I lost basically track and was lost in details, and we talked about dwarves and how they got their rings for an hour, it feels. I'm a bit sorry for that excursion there, but it's a complicated topic. And now we just discussed the Palantiri and what they can do, where they were, and if Sauron was able to manipulate what other people might see through the Palantiri. Imagine the image of the towers you showed earlier showed 3 towers very close together. Tolkien's map shows 3 hills separated by miles. Is the arrangement of the 3 towers not well known? I would assume no. I think... Let me see if I can find some information about the tower hills. There is for sure the possibility of that Ted Naismith had took some freedom here and there. But usually he definitely knows the books very well, so there might be something we forgot. No, he is. Like the distance of the towers is not, I think, recorded. Okay, it's in the prologue of Lord of the Rings. I could have searched long. Three elf, like here it is in the prologue. Let's maybe read it here from the passage. It is probable that the craft of building, as many other crafts beside, was derived from the Dúnedain, but the hobbits may have learned it direct from the elves, the teachers of men in their youth. For the elves of the high kindred had not yet forsaken Middle-earth, and they dwelt still at a time at the Grey Havens, away to the west, and in other places within reach of the Shire. 3 elf towers, here we have the number 3, of immemorial age were still to be seen on the tower hills, the Emunbereit, beyond the western marches. Marches, whatever. They shone far off in the moonlight. The tallest was furthest away, standing alone upon a green mound. The hobbits of Westfarthing said that one could see the sea from atop of the tower, but no hobbit had ever been known to climb it. Indeed, few hobbits had ever seen or sailed upon the sea, and fewer still had ever returned to report it. Most hobbits regarded even rivers and small boats with deep misgivings, and not many of them could swim. And as the days of the Shire lengthened, they spoke less and less with the elves and grew afraid of them and distrustful of those that had dealings with them. And the sea became a word of fear among them and a token of death. And they turned their faces away from the hills in the west. So the arrangement, there is a map of Tolkien himself, of course. I can't show you the map on screen because I don't have the rights for it. In theory, I could show it without getting into too much trouble, but you know me, I just try to play by the rules that exist in the world. And especially on YouTube, so I be always a bit careful with official stuff here. There's like an annotated map of Tolkien that has some information on it. Let's see if I can find it. No, it's not that. It's not that clear. I can show it to you on the map that's originally made for Rings of Power, but it was edited by my moderator Kirdan. Shoutouts to him for making these maps. Sorry, just need to find it. Here. Yeah, the Tower Hills. And yeah, it looks pretty similar to what we see on Tolkien's map, to be honest. It looks exactly like this. Like you have these few hills here. And yeah, the artwork. I mean, if you look close to the artwork, you see that there's some land here below, which is basically this place. Though in the book it says you can only see from this tower the sea here. It's a bit easier to see. But yeah, you get the idea. Still think it's a very beautiful image by Ted Naismith. Yeah, they were on separate hills, on three separate, each on a mount. Here's one hill, here's a hill, like I can't show it to you. I think I have an arrow here somewhere. There. How do we do this, chat? Something like this, this. So here's a hill, and here's a hill. Like, I would count this as separate hills. I'm not sure about you, if you would say this is all one hill or something. For me, this is 3 hills. That's at least how I would interpret this image here. The image in Tolkien's map might not be to scale, yeah, for sure. Also, this Gulf is still 50 miles away. Yeah. Do you wish that Jackson had not named the ship of the Ringbearers as Last Ship? Yeah, I don't know. That's a detail. I feel like it's not that important to me personally, so I don't have really opinion on this. If it's the last ship or not, it's the last ship for the main characters, if that makes sense. You could, of course, argue later Legolas is also like a main cast, an important character with Gimli sails as well, and maybe there might be Círdan and Celeborn who also sail back to the west. But yeah, a complicated detail. Well, it's been fun. Enjoy the rest of the stream, and thank you for the answers and getting my Lord of the Rings brain back working. Good night. As the elves say, Anna Marie. Yeah, thank you for Urgent Pancake. Thank you for joining here and contributing some interesting questions. Glad you liked it here. Yeah, that is true. The last ship technically can only be the one that Círdan enters. Tolkien calls it the last ship in the Akalabes, yeah. I mean, it's just complicated. But yeah, I don't mind about this particular detail. I think we answered most questions here in chat. Tolkien wrote in some inconsistencies. Yeah, for sure. There are some inconsistencies. But I appreciate that Tolkien very often tries to avoid those. And not only that, I think he also very often tries to connect loose ends very well, in my opinion. Connect everything to the past. And that's very difficult to do if you think about it. Yeah, that's also true. It's unclear if Eladan and Elrohir, that are the two sons of Elrond, the brothers of Arwen, also twins, sailed to the west eventually. In theory, maybe one sailed to the west, one not, or both stayed. Hard to tell. Would be sad for Sauron. For Sauron. For Elrond. They could have remained in Middle-earth for sure. That would be sad for Elrond, though, if all his 3 children just decide to not go with him to the west. And an end was come for Eladan's story, for the Eldar of story and of song. The heart symbols always over the last word and said, what is Eladan? Always have to guess the last word sometimes. Only if I hover over it, it goes up, and then I have a short moment to read the word that is covered. It's a bit unfortunate. Yeah, don't mind. It's just the YouTube chat. I don't know why YouTube does it like this. Like a button to remove this heart. I kind of like the feature because you can press on it. But you can see, I don't know, different. The idea behind it, in my opinion, is cool. The position of the button, not so much. At least on the PC chat version of it. But YouTube chat sometimes has problems. I also had the problem sometimes that it doesn't scroll. It's usually not. Like I had one time like a stream and the chat did not scroll and didn't notice for like quite some time. So I was just talking and there were new questions in chat. I thought, okay, nobody's asking a question, so I just go on. And people know I can go on for hours if I have to. it's unfortunate if people then are ignored. I hate the position of that heart symbol. It's been fun. Yeah, that's true. But you have to consider that the Akalabes, they're also for sure different versions of it and different writing times of these versions. I'm not sure if that, like, this is a detail one had to look really deep into. Oh, the heart doesn't hide the last word on the chat on my FF. What is FF? Free French fries. Phone. Fun phone. But phone will be... Firefox. Oh, and I also use... Interesting, for me it's not the case. I also use Firefox. Though I have zoomed in the chat quite a bit, to be fair. Though if I scroll down, no. For me it doesn't work. Let's put it that way. Fantastic Four, also possible, yes. Oh, the Lord of the Rings appendices clarifies that the last ship sailed later in the Fourth Age. Yeah, it's complicated with the last ship, but I don't mind too much. It maybe fits to this. It fits to the story that it's the last ship, but of course it's maybe not the last ship, but maybe the ship came back and it's still the last ship, but it sails a second time or something like that. Who knows? We can make up all kinds of explanations for this. But I don't mind too much, to be honest. Okay, chat. You already hear it in my voice and it's very late. For me, it's 1 a.m. already. Saved by a technicality. It's the last ship in the Third Age. The other ship is the last ship in the Fourth Age. That's also a good explanation. Always a pleasure. Always a pleasure, Chris. You continue to maintain a much-needed haven for those who both love Tolkien and seek some degree of solace and fellowship. Be well until next time. Yeah, I hope next time won't be too far off. Currently working on the 11th part of Who is Elrond, which I will call the Prelude to the Lord of the Rings. Depending on how long that takes, I make another episode. It could also be the last one if I power through, but I think I will make a 12th episode that covers the Lord of the Rings and especially what happens after Lord of the Rings and Elrond sailing to the west, talking to his children one last time, and so on. Appendix A. That's the plan for the last thing, and then I done with Who is Elrond, and then I make a 12-hour version or 11 or ever how much hours it will be at the end, how many hours it will be at the end version out of it, all in one basically. That's the plan. Maybe I do some shorter video again in between, I'm not sure yet. One topic that is on my mind is the term Dark Elves. I think that might be interesting. I always want to do a video like this as well. So I'm not sure how research heavy that would be, because the term Dark Elf is often used in different contexts and so on in Tolkien's writings. So what does Tolkien actually mean? If some people have interesting suggestions for topics, feel free to post it somewhere in the comments. Make sure if you post it into an old video or this video here to make a new comment, and don't answer to 3-year-old comments. I will never see your answer. Just make a fresh comment. Oh, that's interesting. The films are an alternative universe where Samwise never leaves the Middle Earth. That's... Now, the story works better, in my opinion, if it is really the last ship. The transition has been made to the time of our current world. Yeah, I know what you mean. Nice talking with you all again, and the deep digging into the lore with Chris, loops after loops into books after books. Yeah, it's just quite a bit. I hope it was at least somewhat interesting for people here, and you enjoyed the stuff. And had a good time here. Before I wrap it up, I have to render the credits again. Always tough to do, chat. Shoutouts to all the supporting people. Let me just see. Just have to double check my lists here. Always complicated. Just have to add a few more people on this list. Just takes a moment. In the meantime, you can tell me awesome things, because I can't read chat. Get some sleep, yeah. Do you have a deep dig into Children of Húrin? No, unfortunately not. There's a mention of Children of Húrin in my history of the elves from Círdan's perspective. I think that I talked briefly over it. Maybe in the Who's Sauron, but there's no really deep dive, unfortunately, into it. Because I think these old stories of Tolkien, that's always like a big problem for me. Like, by now, I have the bad habit of covering stuff very, very detailed. And that often means massive amounts of research. And then a video about a story that was iterated so much and worked on so much as the Children of Húrin basically becomes very scary video to make, because of the sheer amount of work and time you have to put into writing something like this and doing research for it. That often puts me a bit off, because yeah, I don't know. I know people love my long videos and so on, but they're just very taxing to make, if that makes sense. And my standards for my video stuff is often so high by now that it's always a bit intimidating starting those videos, if that makes sense. Like, I'm even you see, even small topics I do on the question, who are the 5 armies? I make like I don't know, along the video there was also like 15, 12, 10 to 15, 13 minutes or something. And I could have even made it longer if I really wanted to. So it just shows how difficult it can become if you just go into this amount of detail and zoom so much in onto all the details and covering different versions and stuff. So my only approach can be either reducing this for some formats again, so I can produce them a bit more relaxed and don't have them be this massive I don't know, hour eating videos to produce, or I don't know, have to find some Or just make fewer videos, if that makes sense. It's always a bit tough. That's what I want to say. Next though, credits. Okay, I have rendered the video, that kind of worked. I hope it works. Why is the video black? Now I rendered the video and it's simply black, but why is that? Heh? Chat. Any ideas what I did wrong? Okay, now the rendering takes a bit longer. Always the rendering takes so long, chat. It's a live view of Moria. Yeah, that is it. Either I selected the wrong video file or I did something wrong. I just rendered it again. Let's see. That's rendered. Does it show? Now it works, I think. Don't ask me why it didn't work the moment before. I have literally no clue. Okay, chat. Why does it? What is wrong? Restart playback when source becomes visible. Okay, why my OBS does not want to play this video source, and I can't tell you why that is. Now I'm kind of sad. Why does it not want to play it? Okay, let me just add a new video source. Maybe I don't get it, chat. Okay, now it works. Don't ask me what I did different. Now it works. Sometimes OBS is strange, but it's still a fantastic program, to be fair. Shoutouts also to my moderators, of course, to the artists Kimberly80, Ted Naismith we showed today. Unfortunately, not all the other talented people that allowed me to use their stuff. And shoutouts to all the supporters here with subscriptions and memberships on Twitch stuff and so on. Also, if you haven't liked the video, feel free to press the like button. If you watch this as a VOD, or maybe not, maybe also leave a comment. If you have topic suggestions, I'm open for those as well. And yeah, shoutouts to all the people here in chat for being active. It's always a blast with you people. Not gonna lie. And did I forget anything, chat? I don't know. That should be it. Yeah, like I said, next video might be the Who is Eldon Part 11 thing, which might take still some time to make. Currently working on it. Maybe I do something in between, a short one, if I find a cool topic for it. Oh, that's starting the stream soon. That's the right screen. I even like this part of crew streaming, and oh, it never works. But yeah, something like this will come. There will also be gaming stuff, potentially. Might I stream on Twitch some Elden Ring, or I don't know, Dragon's Dogma 2 or something. If you're into gaming stuff, check the games channel and maybe my Twitch channels. Currently I stream a lot Twitch-wise on my German channel. So if you, in case you speak German, are interested in Elden Ring content, currently I make a bow-only run. So only using bows to complete, which is quite annoying at the end. Then check that as well. It's a separate channel now, and yeah, stuff like that. I think, I'm not sure if the bot is active. ! Links. It's also in the description of the video. You'll find all the links there. Of course, the bot does not work. It's always the same. Well, sometimes it takes a moment. Yeah, but enough talking. I wish you a fantastic rest of the day, or a good night, or a good evening, whenever you watch this. And I would say, see you people next time. Goodbye.